Tai laba diena visiems.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9 o'clock, so we should start our conference. Today it is easier to be a general because general fight the wars of the past, and we live in the world where we are faced with the many uncertainties, and we have to live in this world, and especially for people who want to look forward into the future. And one of the greatest hobbies of mine and that of many people is looking at how past authors were able to look into the future and what realities they imagined for today, and how much this reality coincided with what we have present, from utopias to technological progresses. Today we will look into the future, make a future foresight of Lithuania, and look into what known unknowns or uncertainties we work with. We have many honorable guests, and I will start from the welcome address. Welcome address always inspires us to work hard. So first, I would like to give the floor to the speaker of the Seimas.
Labas rytas visiems.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see so many of you who have gathered here to discuss a very wide-ranging but necessary topic. The idea that if we fail to deal with the past, and it is very difficult to have a sustainable future perspective, has been heard several times. A nation that does not know its past has no future, once was said by Jonas Basanavičius, one of the founders of the modern state of Lithuania more than 100 years ago. Similarly, the Nobel Prize winner Czesław Miłosz considered himself the last citizen of the old state of Lithuania, that of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. According to Miłosz's, the past, which is uncontemplated and which does not survive, creates the so-called future of the past, a condition characterized by flawed cyclicality, forcing us to constantly rotate in the illusion of the past and to repeat old mistakes. I am convinced that Lithuania, both as a community and as a country, has already gone through this stage and is ready for its future. My conviction is reinforced by Lithuania's vision for the future, called Lithuania 2050, which was approved by the Seimas in the last days of last year. The vision is about the voluntary commitment of our citizens, communities and organizations to life and creativity and democratic Lithuania and its continuous strengthening. On the other hand, it is a document that comes from a well-thought-out reflection on our past, a multifaceted assessment of the circumstances that make us present. On the other hand, there is another crucial aspect here that needs to be discussed. There is no present without a future. A state without a clear vision of the future finds neither resources nor motivation to adequately accept the present as a reliable starting point. This is why it is necessary to develop a forward-looking ecosystem, public sector cooperation, with research institutions, analytical and research centers. Lithuania's vision for the future, Lithuania 2050, which replaced the state progress strategy Lithuania 2030, would not have been created without the Committee for the Future's input, which became operational to highlight the relevance of the country's future ecosystem, its creation and its development. The success was guaranteed by the close cooperation of the committee and its office with the State Progress Council, the Lithuanian government, and its commission, whose recent composition prepared the draft strategy. In the context of the future foresight ecosystem, a number of different entities will be active and involved in the future and in the successful implementation of the Lithuania 2050 strategy. And so we will depend on the cooperation of the different stakeholder institutions. This includes the Strata and the Strategic Analysis Center and its experts, which provides the government and the ministries with independent research-based information, as well as the National Library, a parliamentary memory institution that contributes through its strategic foresight units the involvement of the wider public in expert discussions related to future perspectives. Lithuania is geographically a border state of the EU. Along with us, unfortunately, there are aggressive neighbors dangerously imprisoned in the past. Therefore, we do not have the luxury of losing vigilance. We need to understand clearly that this is not just a question of national security, but an existential question of survival. I wish your conference a good and productive work, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is symbolic that we meet in the Constitution Hall, where we have the copy of the agreement between Lithuania and the European Union. And now we will be addressed by Mr. Mark Angel, Vice President of the European Parliament.
You gathered in Vilnius for the very special event looking at development prospects for the future's ecosystems in Lithuania. Can I first send my warm greetings from the European Parliament to Mr. Matas Maldeikis, Deputy Chair of the Seimas Committee for the Future, who is moderating this opening session of the conference. It is an enormous pleasure to be invited to make a contribution to this very timely event. I would like to pay tribute to the Seimas for displaying such foresight in establishing a Committee of the Future. The Seimas is a trailblazer for the pursuit of anticipatory governance and the practice of foresight in policymaking. Few legislators have developed this capacity, but more and more are beginning to see the benefits of preparing for a future we want and avoiding the future we don't want. You are leading the way. In a year of change in the European Union, and with the many game-changing events that seem to impact on us daily, it is absolutely the right time to look to what the future might hold. I congratulate Lithuania on the publication last year of Lithuania's vision for the future, Lithuania 2050, which will form part of your deliberations during the conference. I also look forward to hearing more about your discussion on this and on so many other topics at what is an extremely well-structured and timely event. I speak to you as the Vice President of the European Parliament with responsibility for the European Strategy and Policy Analysis System, ESPAS, which has been a vehicle for the development of foresight capacity across the European Union's institutions for a decade now. Today, foresight is becoming mainstream in the work of many of our member institutions. The European Parliament is an important player in ESPAS and has been a key contributor to the 2024 ESPAS Global Trends Report, Choosing Europe's Future, and published last Monday. I hope you will have the opportunity to read the report, and perhaps there will be an opportunity to present it to the Committee of the Future in the coming months. Within the European Parliament, we have developed our own foresight capability, first with the creation of a panel for the future of science and technology, and subsequently a policy foresight unit. And this policy foresight unit is taking forward new thinking in the field of anticipatory governance and has instituted a training program for colleagues in the Parliament who wish to use foresight tools in their work. Of course, to be successful, foresight must have relevance. It must be politically relevant. In the past, it has been the preserve of government administrations. But with your example and that of the long-standing Committee for the Future in the Parliament of Finland, I'm pleased that parliamentarians are increasingly coming to understand the benefits of anticipatory governance to support our policy making. I believe that such a development can only bode well for the future, ensuring that parliamentarians play an active and informed part in shaping the future of their countries and indeed of the European Union. So I wish you all a very productive conference and look forward to reading the outcomes. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame ponui Mark Angel.
We thank to Mr. Mark Angel. Now, whenever you speak about future and the future prospects, you're always dealing with a certain collision within the parliament, because parliamentarians tend to have a more wide-ranging approach. And it is up to the government to bring the parliamentarians down to earth. So I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Giedrė Balčytytė, the Secretary General of the government, the Office of the Government. Good morning, distinguished guests, Madam Speaker, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate this conference being held for the purpose of overviewing the development prospects for the future's ecosystem in Lithuania. The future exists right now, however, it is differently concentrated. For instance, in Siberia, let's say in the outskirts of Siberia, there is less future compared to the Silicon Valley, let's say. So there is much more future in the Silicon Valley than there is perhaps in our routine. Moreover, future does not need reinventing. Future exists on its own, and we should be more preoccupied with the future's thinking right now. When it comes to the future's perspective and Lithuania's vision for 2050, implementation is of utmost importance. Like mentioned by Mr. Maldeikis, we should bring everything back down to earth, and we need to focus on the practical implementation. Unfortunately, it is quite universal that visions very often do not become a reality. Various projects are being developed following grand visions, expecting that a certain implementation methodology will be devised in one way or another, which is why detailed legal regulation is being developed, preventing efficient activities. What is more, we rely on outdated practice and principles, believing that legislation is the only means of regulating everyday life. However, the entire world, us included, have learned from our past experiences that this kind of approach is not effective. First of all, because legislations are being implemented in an actual world where different groups of society exist. So the world that we're talking about is much more complex and changing. So if we want to seek positive result, the entire concept of the public sector must change dramatically. We must first of all move from control to governance, where we would change our approach towards legislation. On the other hand, governance refers to a self-administering system that would provide for a constantly effective mechanism forcing the system to replenish itself and pursue with its mission. Moreover, governance, effective governments cannot exist without evidence. So we have to have reliable evidence to make sure that we adequately assess the situation and take the necessary decisions. Thirdly, we need effective governance so that we have more flexibility within the ecosystem in assessing properly the situation and responding to the situation adequately. The necessary approaches that we're talking about exist in Lithuania as well. We have been developing these systems for the future's ecosystem in Lithuania During the public sector reform, we're also outlining our objectives that are in line with the future foresight. The way we interact within our future's ecosystems is what allows us to move to the kind of forward-looking approach that we are talking today. So thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful conference today.
Thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to the representative and head of the Taiwanese Representative Office in Lithuania, Ms. Constance Wong. It is very symbolic. We have Taiwan, where future technologies and factors correlate with today's geopolitics, and it is very symbolic. We have a country that is both in the future and is facing today's realities and some historical breakthroughs. And now I'd like to give the floor to Madam Wang.
My good friend Matas, and also serves the deputy chair of the Seimas Committee for the Future. And Her Excellency Victoria Simonite Nelson, Madam Speaker of the Seimas, and my fellow panelists and dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm extremely honored to be invited to give my remarks today in the International Conference of Development Prospects for the Future's Ecosystem in Lithuania. I'm also so thrilled to see that so many talented people gathering here today for the future of your beloved country. Going through different stages of my life, I consider myself very lucky, surrounded by good friends whom I can go to share my ups and downs and to look for advice for the future. And since my arrival 3 months ago, I met so many good friends, including my dear friend Laima, that whenever I have an issue or I need advice, that I know whom I should go to. And by invited here today in this conference, I feel the honor that Taiwan is recognized as one of the best friends of your beloved country. Lithuania 2050 and Taiwan's plan for our future has a lot in common. There are many aspects that the two countries can work together and create a win-win cooperation, such as building up resilience, generating value-added business, and environmental, educational, and cultural exchanges. However, today, I'd like to focus on the very core issue concerning Taiwan-Lithuania's relations. Democracy. I would like to echo Madam Speaker said that we need to reflect the past when we look at the future. So the first topic with the Lithuanian 2025 is democratic culture and governance. And I can proudly say that Taiwan has many experiences to share. Democracy in Taiwan, like in Lithuania, is a result of long-term efforts. Martial law was declared in Taiwan in 1949 after World War II. The Taiwanese people went through a period of white terror when political dissenters and even ordinary civilians suffered from political repression every day. In 1987, martial law was lifted. Our current ruling party, Democratic Progressive Party, DPP, was established by then. The first direct presidential election was held in 1996. There has been a vibrant civil society in Taiwan with a lot of outgoing social activities and discussions. We've been through so many tough debates internally for issues such as social welfare, LGBTQI rights, and relations with China. Nowadays, Taiwan has gradually become a stable democracy. The Democracy Index 2023, published by Economist Intelligence Unit, ranked Taiwan as number 10 in the world and number 1 in Asia. We cherish the democratic society we've built. However, just like Lithuania, Taiwan faces the threats and oppression directly from our malicious neighbors. Particularly in this crucial moment, crises in different regions around the world reminds frontline democracies to stand together against the authoritarian regimes. When we talk about the future of Lithuania here today, I'd like to emphasize the importance of the core values of democracy on which we build our beloved countries and which deserves our joint efforts to protect. There's a famous cliche love quote in Taiwan, goes like this: I might not have joined your past, but I will surely be part of your future. Taiwan and Lithuania did not share a long history of friendship. However, we have become important partners, and we will continue to be. I wish you, beloved country, all the success, and I wish our cooperation will be an important contribution to that. Thank you so much for your kind invitation, and wish you a very fruitful discussion. Ačiū.
Dėkoju poniai Wang. Ir žinot,
Thank you, Ms. Wang. You know, whenever we look at the European map, we tend to see the European borders, but the borders of the region are nonetheless important for the European Union. Those borders of the region tell a lot about Europe, the European Union, and its member states that are situated within those regions. Which is why I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Markula, Vice President of the EU Committee of the Regions and President of the Helsinki region.
All right, thank you. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. And secondly, I want to really congratulate Seimas and Lithuania for having the Committee for the Future. But as well your very interesting report on the Vision 2050. I prepared a few of the slides so to kind of highlight a few of the challenges, and I agreed with the organizers there that they will show the slides, so please have the slides there. So I'm happy to move on with those. So. Can you show the slides? Okay, I will start with the challenges. Just in brief, so pointing out that we have very different kinds of challenges, which you have documented to a certain extent in your vision material. But it would be easy to talk much about the aging or the European security issue at the moment, or the migration, Mr. Putin's illegal attack, and so on. So, but I tried to focus here with my short list to the ones that are very crucial for your, let's say, the ecosystem development. And the first part is the systematic challenges, and definitely, especially when I look at the whole Europe and the whole world, so this how to make the systematic transformation to carbon neutrality, how to accelerate the activities, how to adapt to the climate change, which is already going on. So that's number one. Second is that the role of cities, role of municipalities is changing and has been changing. It's more really now we're moving to a platform economy where many of the citizens, they are as well producers, not just consumers. So platform economy includes the new role of industry, large and small, as well. It's especially focused how we create the productivity up to the level of productivity leap. And my third kind of systematic challenge is the resilience. That includes security, but as well it's more about the societal innovations, not just social innovations, but especially the ones that you are looking for as the Committee for the Future. And then I've listed there another three kind of challenges, more on the technology side, because as well, and especially with our experience in Finland, with our Committee for the Future, already from the very beginning, technology assessment and foresight linked to that has been very crucial. Now it's about digitalization, the quantum leap, artificial intelligence, which are changing many operations very fast. And then we have all the materials, circular economies, use bioeconomy, what are the new super-performing materials. And the last, but definitely not the least, is how we move on this energy transition, and where the electrification, this effective energy grid, and electricity grid are the crucial instruments, and that's where we, as an example in Finland, we are making a huge progress, very fast, getting rid of fossil fuels. Okay, if take the next slide. So then I reviewed a bit. So your vision book, and on the right-hand side, so I just took what you had defined there, the rapid technological advancements, and looked compared to that a bit, so that what I would like to stress, as I said, yes, they are fine, but in addition, there is a need to focus much more on human capital, the next level of innovation, the so-called Innovation 2.0. And there I listed several of these really challenges, advancements that are focusing on the crucial role. I start with the platform economy, upgrading the role of innovation in the EU. The former Commissioner Maria Gabriel stressed that several times very heavily with the new agenda, new European innovation agenda, with the EU missions and so on. Then that the moving and looking especially inside the innovation ecosystem. It's very much place-based innovation ecosystems, and they are changing the landscape of research, and especially when we in Europe, or you, want to invent the best available future for Lithuania in your case. And then we go to this understanding how to accelerate the systematic transformation processes, systems thinking, systems processes are very crucial. And then my fifth point there, let's increase a lot European partnership, but especially we could do much more around the Baltic Sea, Finland, Sweden, and all the others, so Baltic states, including even Germany and Poland. And then how to go much deeper on understanding what is the innovation as a process, and there we need more creativity. So just in brief, this to give you a bit ideas for your thinking. And let's take the next one, because there I took the list of what we did already 25 years ago. My next slide will show that. The slide is based, or actually quoting, what we defined already more than 20 years ago. Very much similar what are needed today. And there is my key message is that the role of parliaments is as well to understand and define what are the critical success factors for the next 10 years or 5 years, not too long period. I don't go to detail to this, but this is just for your information and for your, let's say, future reading as well. But let's move immediately to the next, because I have a few slides here showing what the Committee for the Future in Finland has done. So these, defining the role of parliaments and governments. So it's not just agreeing the state budget and not just making legislation, but it's very much leading, stimulating, catalyzing the science, technology, innovation development, education development, and then financing not just infrastructure, but very much knowledge infrastructure, and create a favorable legislative environment. And then down there I wrote that what were our focus of the Committee for the Future when we started at the turn of the millennium. Very much we looked for innovation, knowledge management, and regional innovation environments. Now the same issues are in the EU policy very much, but with a bit different wording. So instead of innovation, it's very much societal innovations. Then knowledge management is really sharing knowledge, kind of bench learning processes, local collaboration, European partnerships, and these innovation environments, they are more precisely focused on place-based innovation ecosystem. Okay, the next one. That is then just a brief summary of what the Parliament of Finland with the Committee for the Future is doing. I don't go to that, so you already know much of that. So, but I took there as the kind of key transformations that were defined in the two reports that are on the right-hand side. So our committee in Finland prepared a special, these technology-focused assessments. So what can be the future technologies that change societies, and how this transformation is happening towards sustainability. And these 6 case examples are kind of simplified titles: energy production, storage, transportation, industry, especially materials, heating and cooling in buildings, and food agricultural issues. So we have done that, and that has helped especially the members of the Parliament to understand deeper. It's been really a learning process for the members of Parliament and their, let's say, role as MEPs and members. Okay, next one. I just show that that's the report that we wrote more than 20 years ago, kind of inspired process by Professor Ikuchiro Nonaka, the guru of knowledge management, professor from Japan and Berkeley as well. So this was very interesting. What is the role of knowledge and how to create the knowledge, co-creating knowledge using the best global knowledge. So sharing knowledge is increasing our own knowledge. Okay, next one. The message of this is kind of what is the systematic issue, and that is what as written there below. So I draw that this graphics visualizing the work that we did during the 2 first years of the work of the Permanent Committee for the Future, kind of what is knowledge management on the governance and on the state level, on the country level. So need for restructuring, reshaping the public sector, our own national action plans on our way to knowledge society. And what is interesting there at the bottom, we spent days and days, tens of experts in our dialogue. So what are the success factors for Finland from the Parliament perspective? So globalization was there, but we phrased that wisely, influencing globalization as a small nation. Then there was the information and technology, how to use that, get that to our use to the full. Then innovation was there, but not just technology, but especially the human aspect in innovation, and then governance of matters and life. And then if you show the last slide, that is the next slide, just wants to highlight that this innovation ecosystem, it's very strongly place-based, but it's these place-based innovation ecosystems, they collaborate with each other, and members of this ecosystem, as in this case, described our Espoo city, part of the metropolitan area, the ecosystems around our Aalto University Technical Research Center of Finland, and tens of different companies, large companies, but tens, even hundreds of small companies, more than 400 R&D experts working there. It's the new way to collaborate, share be very open in making these transformations to happen. And these place-based innovation ecosystems, they have their links through the members of those around the world and collaborating and contributing, doing this, what I call it, it's not just benchmarking, knowing where we are compared to others, but it's bench learning. Bench learning is the crucial, and then moving to action. So with these slides and these messages, I want to, let's say, congratulate once more you on your work, but as well challenge you to move ahead and share your ideas and your processes with the others and do that more on a European scale. Thank you very much and good success for your conference.
Dėkoju ponai.
Thank you, Mr. Markula, for the very impressive presentation. And I've marked so many ideas. Very interesting is what you described and the year 2000 when you were looking into the future, and in 2020 we're speaking about the same concepts as innovation and others. So it means that all these things remain constant, though the generations change. And now let us move to the main part of our conference, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Raimondas Lopata, Lietuvos chair of the Committee for the Future of the Seimas, and he will share about this committee. Well, I'm not the godfather of this committee, as you said. First of all, I would like to thank those who made their welcome address, Speaker of the Seimas, Chancellor of the Government, our colleagues from the screen, our colleague Marko Markula spoke a lot, and we are running short of the time, so I will shorten my presentation. He spoke about the Committee for the Future of the Finnish Parliament, and we are in strategic partnership with it. And we can also share our own experience already. In the slide, you saw that the Finnish Parliament speaks about a knowledge society. We're speaking about the knowledgeable society. So I believe that you all know the idea of our conference, behind our conference. I would like to remind that in the previous legislative term, the Seimas adopted, and our legislative term reviewed strategic governance plan, which introduces the principle of future assessment into Lithuanian strategic governance. So this principle was put into the law, providing that the Lithuanian governance is an orientation in a long-term perspective. I have in mind the analysis of the uncertainties of the future, and said that all the participants and actors should be included into this process of analysis. We introduced another criteria because the legislation adopted should correlate with the Sustainable Development Program. We were far behind a little bit because the SDP cannot be measured. Many countries that orient to it are basing themselves on statistics rather than data. We could only few countries are able to have this data. And we hope that in September, when the United Nations and its summit will adopt several documents on the future and our commitment to future generations and other future-related strategic decisions, and hopefully we will see that there's another area of law, which is the law of future generations, and we will have to rethink many things to review our commitments and our possible solutions to the current problems, bearing in mind the legal status. Going back to the law on strategic governance, Article 3 of this law states that the first participants of strategic governance is the Seimas, or the Parliament. And therefore, we were able to set up the Committee for the Future in 2020. And it contributed much to the discussions on how we should look at the future and how it should correlate with our future decisions. In this context, we're also dealing with future policies, political processes, and decisions focused on long-term strategic choices shaped on the basis of a continuous dialogue among the participants in the future's ecosystem, systematic assessment of the future, and future foresight. The aim of this conference is to discuss Lithuania's future reflection in a broader context, sharing both public policy assessments, methodological insights, and political practice, and to unite the like-minded people who want to create the future's ecosystem in Lithuania. I see many people in this hall who are working together with our committee. Our committee has set up a working group for drafting the white paper on the future's ecosystem of Lithuania. You will be able to see the first discussions on that during our today's conference. This conference will therefore directly contribute to the drafting of the white paper. I hope that our discussion will be fruitful. Thank you.
Ačiū labai pirmininkui ir dabar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now let's give the floor to Mr. Darius Žeruolis, advisor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania on strategic planning. He will talk about the prospects of implementing the State Progress Strategy, Lithuania's Vision for the Future, Lithuania 2050.
Sveiki, gerbiami kolegos.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm grateful to the Committee for the Future for the invitation and the opportunity to take the floor in today's discussion. Especially with regards to the discussion on the implementation of the State Progress Strategy, Lithuania's Vision for the Future, Lithuania 2050. Those of you who are more aware of this strategy, and I mean those who were more or less involved in drafting the vision as well as its implementation, you will hear some of those things that are well known to you, but I believe they merit repetition. Because I believe we still lack a full understanding on the implementation of the strategy. I'm not sure how many civil servants from the public sector are taking part in this event, but I believe it would be useful for them to listen once again to some of those things that they are already aware of. So let me begin on what is known to all, and I will continue with the things that are less known. The other way around. Let's talk about the things that are less known to us. So the things that are happening within the coordination group, and if you recall, last November, in the meetings of the Committee for the Future, we looked into the implementation of the State Progress Strategy. We stressed how important it is to implement it, but it would be equally important to recall the words by colleague Alexandra Zabizhala, signatory to the Act of Independence, who said that a common understanding on the implementation and development of the State Progress Strategy accounts to the 30% of the success in the implementation of the vision. So as for the things that we have already agreed and put it in the State Progress Strategy. So first of all, we should not forget that the strategy should be in line with the national security strategy, with the territorial development strategy. So there are several levels in the implementation of this strategy. And let us not forget that the strategy is implemented through the National State Progress Action Plan, which has been approved in 2020 by the Seimas of this political legislature. Having approved the new State Progress Strategy, the National Progress Plan will have to be reviewed. The plan speaks of the review of the content of the strategy and the implementation. So it speaks about the initiatives that need to be implemented within the first 10 years in particular, that relate to the reform of public governance, creation and consolidation of global defense, economic, energy, cyber and social resilience and security, stabilizing the demographic decline by 2050 in such a way that Lithuania would start growing in demographic terms. Implementation of climate-neutral Lithuania by 2050, and finally interaction between educational change and culture. Now, the second guideline contained in the plan is methodological. Like the vision, the review of the action plan must be based on the co-creation principle. Finally, it is important to note why we needed a new vision before the previous vision for Lithuania 2030 did not expire. So it was agreed that the vision should not remain static and can and should be updated in case of significant changes in external conditions or internal circumstances. And so the parliamentary parties within the Seimas in consultation with the government have to assess whether there is a need to review the vision. The role of the Lithuanian phenomenon, the State Progress Council, is particularly important in this picture, which Mr. Abishala will talk about it a little later, I believe. So I will not go much into detail on the role of this council. Another known factor contained in our vision for the future is further development and strengthening of anticipatory governance. And if we continue with our work in our positions, anticipatory governance should fundamentally change the culture of public administration. Anticipatory governance in Lithuania will be built on the existing foundations, which have been strengthened by experience during the implementation of the vision. Certainly with the help of the Office of the Seimas, as well as the Committee for the Future, the Office of the Government, and the strategic governance units working within those establishments. So the condition for strengthening the capabilities is related to the maintenance of the existing capacities, their gradual strengthening, mutual cooperation, especially during the first political cycle following the parliamentary elections. Mutual cooperation is also an essential condition for strengthening the existing capabilities. And by cooperation, we mean the different stakeholder institutions involved in future thinking. So this is our starting point for the implementation of the vision. These are just some of the things that we have all agreed on. Now, in my second part of my speech, I would like to focus on some personal aspects and respond to what has been said in the introductory speeches today, and whether or not our visions do come true. My answer to that would be yes, much like it was with the 16th of February 1918, the 11th of March 1990, and the 29th of March 2004, the days when we became members of NATO and the EU. Our insightfulness allowed to avoid short-sightedness in public governance. More than a decade, we were all, much like the rest of Europe, highly dependent on Russia's fossil fuels. So we were very progressive when we were among the first to get rid of this energy dependence. However, there were also some hindrances that contributed to slow thinking and slow response that are related to the political changes and to the work, the essence of the work of the government, of the parliament, and such limitations will remain in the future as well. those limitations are similar to those that exist elsewhere, like a colleague from Finland has said as well. However, thanks to the Committee for the Future and its current composition, I believe we will be able to produce new future leaders in the future. And this is not my way of appeasing you, but I would like to stress that intellectual and political scrutiny within the parliament is a key condition for survival in the future. I believe the government will not, the future government will not allow you to stop with your work. Another personal note of mine would be as follows, and it relates to strategic governance and its system. It so happened that the drafting of the state progress strategy coincided with the public governance reform. We started with the changing of the existing methodology by including the principles related to anticipatory governance and strategic foresight. That is, we approached the drafting of the vision from a formal point of view. This was due to the adoption of the new law on strategic governance, which relates to the assessment of strategic government. Let me remind you that the system of strategic governance contains a very clear vision and provides for the review of the state progress action plan and all other documents that go beyond just one legislative period. So if we agree that a vision has enough room for different interpretations and different applications, then it will definitely be suitable for the current and the future governments that may come. It should be noted that following the public governance reform, the civil servants have already accustomed more or less with the new changes and agreed that the new requirements are much stricter and higher, and pursuing with those requirements might sometimes seem difficult, but those requirements must be in place and followed by the civil servants to be able to engage in future foresight and future thinking within those institutions. And the latest studies into the capabilities of our civil servants with relation to future foresight and future thinking, I believe will demonstrate some very interesting results. Certainly, whenever we're forced to deal with bureaucracy and red tape, it is difficult to address all the problems altogether. And as for the review process, we should take the content and the form into consideration. We should be aware of what is effective within public policy and what is not. This is where we should focus the majority of our efforts. And to conclude, I would like to focus more on the options for a major revision of the National Progress Plan. I believe that the first option would be a gradual but consistent review, which should be carried out within the first 4 years and completed in 2027. When the current EU multi-annual budget expires. And this should be a pilot attempt to review such a broad strategy, and perhaps that this kind of review would also contribute to the creation of global defense as well. And I would like to conclude with a reference to the activities by our colleagues in Finland. We should follow the successful examples that are pursued elsewhere, because thanks to them we can achieve much more. I conclude with this, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Žeruolis. And now I'd like to give the floor to Laima Liucendrikienė. She will speak about shaping the future policies in the EU institutions and opportunities for the implementation. The floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be able to address you on behalf of the European Court of Auditors at this essential international conference. It is very important for me because this was the committee that I worked in. I thank for the possibility to share our perspectives and current challenges faced by the European Union and the key areas that need to be addressed in the future, as well as the role of the foresight as better regulation to overcome them. My 15 years of work in the EU institutions, 13 years in the European Parliament, and last 1.5 years in the European Court of Auditors have provided me with unique opportunities to have an insight into how EU institutions shape long-term policy decisions, the information they use, the research they rely on, and the practical application of strategic decision-making and evaluation. During my 3 terms in the European Parliament, from 2004 to 2019, I focused mostly on EU budgets, multi-annual financial frameworks, EU foreign and security policy, international trade, and human rights, among others. I would like to emphasize that in all these areas, there's a very strong strategic approach based on facts, evidence, research, and of course, debate. The depth of analysis and expertise makes it possible to see phenomena from a strategic perspective, to anticipate their development and the possible alternatives for European policies. It is like a bird's eye view of the panorama and the strategic options. At the same time, it is the political rationale of national policies, the coherence of which with the EU's political documents is at the heart of the Europeanization process. In this respect, it is essential to strengthen the channels of mutual communication with a view to enriching the basis and formulation of EU strategic policies. Collective competence in the EU is very important if we create forward-looking policies based on intellectualities and unique decisions. Only this type of activity can be effective in our world with changing context and uncertainties. We don't have time to waste. We have to work wisely, and for this we need an integrated and inside strategic planning and political decision landscape. Lithuania is ready for change in order to make the most use of the opportunities offered by the EU institutions in terms of information, strategic planning, and the effective practical application. It is necessary to look for ways to engage more integrally and effectively in the EU's long-term policy-making processes, to use the collective experience of the EU as a whole in shaping Lithuania's future policies and strategies in order to increase competitiveness and resilience, to improve the maturity of society, and to pass on to the future generations the development of the historic cultural traditions in a changed context of global development. And this is from the perspective of the European Court of Auditors. Lithuania could use the experience of the EU institutions to engage more actively in all processes: representation, research, projects, policy debates, communication, and the use of information, adoption of best practices, and improvement of management processes and decision-making. Well, since I don't have much time, so I'll have to skip much of my presentation, and I will try to speak in a more brief way. Speaking about EU challenges, as we stand at the crossroads of history, the European Union confronts a myriad of complex obstacles that demand our collective attention and are currently shaping the EU policymaking. In a context of radical changes in society, culture, and technology, Europe's drive to increase the global competitiveness is increasingly focused on new strategies based on new models of strategic thinking, evidence-based assumptions, data analysis, expert research, and insightful studies. These are not just nourished by individual stakeholders, but also at the EU level with the interinstitutional collaboration, European Strategy and Policy Analysis System, ESPAS, that was mentioned today, also Joint Research Center, and their specialized national counterparts. All these stakeholders play an important part in the EU policymaking by providing forward-looking and future-oriented approaches and structures. Now a few words about the issues that are lacking in the Lithuanian information space. First, the EU's strategy autonomy while preserving an open economy. This is an important area, and here the European Union wants to address. The European Union seeks to be autonomic while preserving economy. For this, it is necessary to strengthen independence, autonomy of the European Union and remain open for international cooperation. This concept is often referred to as cooperation multilaterally whenever we can, acting autonomously wherever we must. The strategic autonomy ranges from security and defense, cybersecurity, industrial policies, economic and financial systems, trade and energy, and also EU values, democratic values, and beyond. The concept is vivid and continuously developing to better face new challenges and to entail different perceptions across the EU. The EU is setting goals and takes concrete actions to achieve the open strategic autonomy. The range of activities is as broad as the concept itself. In this context, the European Court of Auditors contributes to achieving EU strategic objectives by ensuring the best use of EU money to these purposes. The Court of Auditors has made several reports, specialist reports and reviews related to energy policy, food supply, cybersecurity, circular economy, defense research, industrial policy, and others. For instance, regarding the defense area and the EU's resilience to security threats, EU's defense programs and funds have as an overall objective to boost cross-border collaborative projects to beef up European defense capabilities. The Court of Auditors has already published some reports in this area, the review on European defense and the special report preparatory action on defense research. We recommended to prepare a long-term defense strategy and increase the presence of the development technology in the EU defense sector. It is obvious that the European institutions were ignoring the fact that peace should never be taken for granted. The European Defence Fund is the European Commission's instrument to support research and development in this area by supporting companies across member states develop competitive and collaborative defense projects that will deliver innovative and interoperable defense technologies and equipment, which reveals an acknowledgement of Europe's perceived weaknesses. We know our weaknesses. And this is a positive change. This EU program, with a budget of nearly 8 million euros for 2021-2027, would be under the scope of the European Court of Auditors' competencies to audit. I would like to address another strategy today, and I am initiating an audit on this in this respect, which is the European Economic Security Strategy. In June last year, the European Commission communicated this strategy for achieving economic security by promoting EU's economic base and competitiveness. It focuses on minimizing risks arising from certain economic flows in the context of increased geopolitical tensions and accelerated technological shifts, while preserving maximum levels of economic openness and dynamism. More precisely, these are the risks related to the resilience of supply chains, including energy security, risks to the physical and cyber security of critical infrastructure, risks related to technology security and technology leakage, and risk of weaponization of economic dependencies and economic coercion. In this sense, even if the EU is one of the world leaders of the advanced technologies, it is falling behind the US and China in some areas, such as technological investments, in which they present enormous growth potential. A global race for technology supremacy is ongoing, with artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnologies, and space technologies at the forefront. Maintaining a strong position in technology research innovation while also ensuring application and regulation are essential to reap the benefits of technology. And all these risks are important for EU citizens. Now I should speak about the climate, but I don't have much time, and therefore I will move to protecting democracy and protecting values and also the rule of law. I will briefly say one idea. I have just finished an audit on the rule of law in the EU, and unfortunately, in recent 10 years, the situation in some EU member states has deteriorated. Every year, the European Commission issues a report on the rule of law and application of the rule of law in EU member states and gives recommendations. And from 2022 to 2023, we see that only 11% of the rule of law report's recommendations were fully implemented. Only 11%. A little more than half were implemented at least partially, and more than a third saw no progress whatsoever. I'm not naming the countries, but I believe that we know what I'm speaking about. And the last thing I want to address today is foresight and better regulation. In today's rapidly changing world, the need for better lawmaking is more crucial than ever. And I stress it here in the Lithuanian Parliament. If we need to strengthen EU's resilience, seize opportunities in strategic sectors, and address our vulnerabilities, EU policies, Lithuanian policies and strategies, we need to do better, because we want to ensure that EU policies are fit for the future. Therefore, strategic foresight should be taken into account when discussing major policy initiatives. In this context, the Commission's better regulation guidelines include impact assessment, fitness checks, and major evaluations in the areas of rapid structural change. However, due to political urgency, the Commission sometimes does not comply with the key elements of its better regulation guidelines. As pointed out by our recent opinions in the Court of Auditors concerning the proposal of the Ukraine facility and the Reform and Growth facility, the Commission has not given the impact assessment claiming on urgency, and it limited the possibilities of the Court of Auditors to issue a fully informed opinion. Besides, in both cases, although planned, the absence of the Commission's analytical document presenting the evidence behind the proposals at the time of publishing our opinion also hindered our work. The lack of appropriate use of better regulations in matters of political urgencies can lead to drawbacks and weaknesses. Another issue: integrating strategic foresight. We have to avoid the tunnel vision when undergoing in a forward-looking strategy. By considering a wide range of trends and employing data analytics, organizations can make more informed decisions and adapt to changing circumstances. Integrating strategic foresight into policymaking is crucial for anticipating future challenges and opportunities. By identifying emerging trends and using horizon scanning exercises, the EU can strengthen its resilience, seize opportunities in strategic sectors, and address vulnerabilities In conclusion, by incorporating foresight and better regulation into policymaking, organizations, countries, and the European Union can overcome challenges, adapt to change, and build long-term resilience. Therefore, it is essential to look beyond the present crisis and to consider the long-term implications of our decisions. So thank you very much for your attention. I think that my presentation should be added to the material of this conference. Thank you. I thank the interpreters.
Poniai Laimai už įžvalgas ir ypač ačiū už tą pastabą.
Thank you, Ms. Andrikienė, especially for your comment on artificial intelligence and where we are at the moment. Because there's the US and China, which compete for artificial intelligence, for quantum computers. So where we are at, in referring to both Lithuania and the EU as a whole, because the digital agenda is a huge playing room for those stakeholders. Many things are being decided at the moment in Ukraine, and many things are being decided not only by the EU when it comes to artificial intelligence and quantum computers. So this is something that needs to be taken into account. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Aleksandras Abišala, representative of the Coordination Council of the State Progress Group, who will talk about the areas of action of the State Progress Council in shaping Lithuania's strategic governance. Mr. Abišala is a former Prime Minister of Lithuania and a signatory to the Act of Independence. Well, my smartphone turned off while I was waiting for my turn to take the floor, so I'll have to wait for some time. I have a few disclaimers, though. I'm excellent in delivering PowerPoint presentations, but this is just for you to wake up. Secondly, from my personal experience, I can tell you that there's a legal way how to tell you about things that you have not much knowledge in. And thirdly, I do not represent the opinion of the State Progress Council. This is my opinion as an independent expert who has worked for the past 31 years with strategies, strategic governance, and implementation of strategies. You know, it's classical. Whenever you have a strategic session of 3 or 4 days, right before you conclude on the final draft of the strategic strategy, the experts come to an agreement that they finally have an understanding as to what they have been talking for the past 3 days. So I could say the same thing when it comes to our own strategy. In any case, I would like to go back to the very roots of the strategy and the very beginnings for us to have a better understanding. So what is strategy? So they say that strategy is what the general does. Well, strategy is a military term which was taken by the corporate sector and then used later on the public sector. But strategy is, in essence, the manager's areas of activity. The Lithuanian law on strategic governance identifies the government as the main and only stakeholder in charge of drafting and implementing strategies. When it comes to the business sector, it's the manager's competence to draft and implement the strategy. So whenever a strategy is drafted, and once the parliament, that is the manager in this sense, drafts the strategy, it is then in charge of supervising the implementation of the strategy. Wayne Gretzky has once said, a good hockey player plays where the puck is, and a great hockey player plays where the puck will be. So the same could be said about the government strategy, although there are many more possibilities to predict where the puck, so to say, will be in some 10 years to come. I really liked the conclusion of a report by the Public Administration Committee of the House of Commons, the UK. The report was into the implementation of a similar strategy in the UK. And it responds to the question as to what is the strategy on the progress strategy in the UK for us, which basically it's nobody. So it concludes that the strategy is about functioning in an uncertain, complex, and dynamic environment. This is not a plan or a piece of paper. And in modern politics, and there are three keywords in this conclusion. First of all, it's the government, which is a bit more widely defined in the UK compared to Lithuania. Then identified national interest and effectiveness in meeting the goals. So it concludes that in modern politics, it is about ensuring that the whole government identifies the national interest and acts effectively to meet it. So the government needs to come to an agreement, apparently, as to what national interests are. I believe that we may not necessarily be able to identify all of those national interests in the same way, but what is important here is that the government must be effective and act effectively in meeting those national interests. Now, to compare government strategies or state strategies with corporate strategies, we can say that when it comes to corporate strategies, there are mainly stakeholders that are at play. In pursuing with a corporate strategy, the manager has to meet the different interests within the company. What is interesting is that the customers have an interest in getting a certain value both here and now. Shareholders, another key player in the corporate strategy, is one who has an interest in maintaining the company for a long time, and employees of a company are interested in benefiting from customer service. So there are three stakeholders that interplay within the corporate strategy. Now, when it comes to the state strategy, there are those three stakeholders: a customer, a shareholder, and an employee. They overlap when it comes to the state strategy. And so this makes it more complicated to implement the state strategy, because the three stakeholders here have very different interests, although they overlap. The heads of the state do not have the opportunity to dismiss an unfit employee or a client or a shareholder. And when it comes to the state strategy, the client, the employee, or the executor, or the shareholder, all of them, they overlap. And so the strategy must take into account that all the three roles coincide within one and the same person. So, to respond to the question given to me by the organizers of this conference, and Mr. Žeruolis has already mentioned that we are unique in having a State Progress Council, which is tasked with assisting in developing the Lithuania's strategy 2030 in cooperation with society. The parliament and the government was certainly involved in drafting this kind of strategy. I'm not sure what the recent council has been involved in, but in general, the aim of this council is to mobilize the forces of state institutions and agencies and society to analyze, model, and design the future development of the state and society. So, in other words, the council is an advisory institution that advises the government. They're effective whenever those that need advice take that advice on board. There are executives, members of the Seimas, who are involved in the process, but they cannot punish, so to say, the government if the council fails to pursue with its activities. This should be bear in mind. So the council also initiates regular public debates. In general, the council has to collect enough knowledge so they could be able to advise others. Moreover, the Council needs to participate in the preparation of the draft State Progress Strategy Lithuania 2050, the draft planning documents. In other words, the State Progress Council and its functions depend on what is being tasked with. And this is the place where society can discuss whether or not it is acceptable for it what the government or the parliament proposes. So that's how, in essence, it functions. Now, a few words on the law on the strategic governance of the Republic of Lithuania. It mentions the State Progress Council twice, namely in Article 13, saying that the strategic management system and its participants consult the public, the social and economic partners, and Article 14, which mentions the State Progress Strategy and the State Progress Council. In that the State Progress Strategy is prepared by an institution authorized by the government, and both Article 14 and 16 speak about the progress achieved to be discussed once a year in the State Progress Council, together with the progress made in implementing the National Progress Plan. So this is the first mention of the National Progress Plan and the second mention of the State Progress Council. However, the law on strategic governance does not mention the definition of what the State Progress Council actually is. Certainly this gives some more room for action, but I believe we should consult legal experts on whether or not this law should be amended in some way. And to understand what the State Progress Council actually is, we have just one source of information, and that is the resolution of the Parliament on the approval of the State Progress Strategy Lithuania 2050, which speaks about the mandatory revision of the State Progress Strategy. And it also talks about the process of forming the State Progress Council, as well as on its objectives. So, in coordination with the Committee for the Future, the public stakeholder institutions and the government, this council needs to be established in a certain way. Well, in general, this is rather nonsensical because in its advisory capacity, it should be independent. And in terms of participatory democracy, it should be separated from the legislator. But bearing in mind that the three stakeholders that I talked in the beginning that overlap when it comes to the implementation of the state strategy, early discussions of the strategy is a very good idea. So I'm not sure about this resolution. Perhaps there are some tricks that are contained in this resolution, but in general, it establishes a very unique institution from the strategic governance point of view. What is also interesting is that the resolution also mentions that a permanent official authorized by the government at a high level, at least the Deputy Chancellor of the government, is in charge of the supervision of this council. Well, the Chancellor has already left, but I just wanted to inform her that she does not implement this resolution of the Seimas. Well, this is just a joke, but I would just like to mention that we should put all kidding aside and pursue it, what the resolution is talking about, starting from the next legislative term of the Seimas. So the resolution also mentions the establishment of a permanent secretariat of the State Progress Council that should be established with the help of the government's strategic management group and the Seimas Committee for the Future. So as to the strategic guidelines or initiatives, I'm not sure what the term actually is, of the activities of the Council, and the National Progress Action Plan must be reviewed. So I looked how it is actually possible. So there are 10 strategic progress objectives, which I believe is too high of a number, not to mention the 75 specific tasks that fall under those objectives. So containing those objectives, managing them is not possible. So out of the 5 strategic ambitions or strategic directions, the strategic objectives contained in the National Action Plan can be adapted. So from the technical point of view, making changes to the National Progress Plan are possible, but we have to start doing it right now. And since I'm running out of time, I would just like to end with this slide. This is a scheme that I drawn to myself when we started our work, when all the preparatory work was done with my participation in it, and the State Progress Council was established at the proposal of the Prime Minister back in the day. And so people gathered to begin the activities of the State Progress Council. So we have to come up of how it should function. So this was a group of people who would usually work on Mondays. Some of the points of the content that we were working on, I will not mention that into detail, but Darius and other colleagues were involved in the activities of a non-formal office of the State Progress Council, which has not been established to this day. I was always hoping that experts who were not involved in drafting of the State Progress Strategy 2050 would comment on the outcome of those deliberations in delivering the strategy. So it would be a good idea to have a less formalized network of people who would be more or less aware of the content of the strategy and who would be involved in delivering their feedback. So on the scheme, you can see that the Vilnius University and the Strategic Analysis Center, or Strata, are the main stakeholders that are involved in the deliberations of the strategy. This process also includes experts, the team that was involved in drafting the strategy 2050, and society that were also engaged in debates. So these were the main groups that were involved in delivering the document. And to come back to what the House of Commons informed us of, the most important thing is the process rather than the piece of paper as the final outcome of the process. So these groups were involved in drafting the State Progress Strategy, and it would be a pity if these groups were dissolved, because they form part of the future's ecosystem. These are people who are involved in future thinking, and these are the people who help the State Progress Council in assessing the progress that is achieved, in implementing the vision and the National Action Plan. If we were able to keep these groups involved in the development of the National Action Plan, it would be perfect, because maintaining the ecosystem is possible only if we give it something to work with. If we recall what society is thinking about the involvement of the NGOs in developing the State Progress Strategy, then I believe this gives us hope that we will be able to keep up with the good work that we have started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishala, for very useful and wide insights. I will take the right of the moderator. We are lagging behind. We should be starting the second part of our discussions after the coffee break. I will give 10 minutes for a coffee break, and then we will move forward. So I'm waiting for you to come back to this hall after 10 minutes. Sorry for this short coffee break, but we are short of time.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. We'll start soon.
Okay.
Hello, can we check your video?
Hello, Angela. It's okay. We can see you. Everything
Yes,
is fine.
see me and hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, perfect. And it looks like I have screen
we
sharing.
will start in a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. See you.
Tai ačiū visiems.
Thank you for coming back. I hope that you have refreshed yourself and had coffee and snacks. And now let us move forward. In this part, I would like to give the floor to Christian Marti, policy analyst at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. He will share his insights into the application of strategic foresight for innovation in policy making at the European Commission. Lessons learned from the design and implementation of the European Commission's strategic foresight reports. Mr. Marti.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen now so I can start my presentation. I'm very happy to be here and present the insights about the strategic foresight that we have been doing in the European Commission and trying to share with you some lessons learned about how we institutionalize the use of strategic foresight in the European Commission. And I'm going to use the specific case of the strategic foresight report that has been running for several years, and from which we have learned a lot about how we can introduce strategic foresight in the practice of innovating in policymaking. So that's what that's the plan for my presentation, by focusing mostly in the last two foresight report, the one in 2022 and 2023, and providing some examples about how we have internalized and capitalized the results of that process into new inputs for policymaking. So the reality of using foresight is very clear for the European Union and the European Commission in terms of understanding the scale of the transformation that is needed in terms of the emerging climate change issues, but also like demonstrating some leadership in terms of how we can approach this challenge of climate change together by also bringing some innovative practice. But this major transformation required a scale of transformation including different actors and in a participatory way. In this context, actually, the strategic foresight can be actually a powerful tool to strengthen the culture of looking at the future and trying to use different type of evidence and tool for decision making and making the process stronger. At the same time, it can support the policy process in terms of managing the uncertainty, in terms of not only climate change, but also other emerging situations in terms of the geopolitics and the changing conditions at global level regarding many different situations, including access to raw materials, to resources, and also different type of collaboration that can facilitate the development in Europe. How foresight is actually included in the overall picture of the European Commission. So actually there is currently a Vice President of the Commission, Marcos Sefcovic, in charge of focusing on strategic foresight. There is a Secretariat General with a foresight team working at the European Commission in different aspects. And as part of the Joint Research Center, there is a particular competence center on foresight as part of the policy lab with 17 people working on foresight, including technology foresight, horizon scanning, that provide insights for the European Commission and produce inputs as this strategic foresight report that contribute to policymaking in different areas. At the same time, all the DGs in the different areas, like from agriculture, energy, and climate, have their own foresight-related projects, and they have increased the culture of foresight since the creation of this competence center, but also later on when this specific aspect was introduced as part of the Commission. Moving quickly, why foresight is important along the policy cycle is because it allows us to get inputs in terms of the future and trends in order to understand change in different aspects and of the policy cycle, but also addressing different problems from evaluation and understanding how we can move forward, but not just looking at the past, but also looking at the future, but also for what is one of the most common use for foresight, that is to anticipate and develop a strategy and influence change over time. So in that case, foresight can also be used for a tool as an impact assessment to understand how some policies can be more effective in the future by considering some uncertainty and new situations that can happen. This is the cycle that was actually delivered as part of the strategic foresight report starting in 2020 with the overall logic of understanding resilience and then moving into strategic autonomy, then the green and digital transition, the twin transition, and finally moving into sustainability transition in social and economic aspects. I'm going to start with some reflections about what we got in the last one, and then we will have some final reflections about the overall process. So this was a guiding question for understanding how strategic foresight can be used to understand the social and economic challenge. It was a lot of focus on environmental and digital aspects in the past, and there was this kind of need to understand well-being and education and business model, how we develop together. So foresight was trying to bring this type of discussion to the table in terms of how we move forward with the next round of policy mixes for the following years. This was the process, and the attractive thing about telling of this process is that there is this kind of parallel exercise of having a participatory process, including experts and participants, but also working in analysis and assessment with different experts of the commissions and also external experts. This type of integration of participation and expert not only create the cultural dimension of foresight, but also integrate different type of knowledge. So this is a particular aspect of institutionalization of foresight that allow to connect the dots between different experts outside and inside the institution. I think it's a kind of an attractive practice to consider about the value added of foresight. This is the outputs that we got, and this is particularly interesting to see how an exercise of foresight or a study as foresight can bring different intermediate outputs that can be used in different moments. And this is another example of institutionalization of practice. You don't need to end until the end of the report of the process to use what you are doing. You just can learn on the go and use that. And in this case, we have the foresight scenarios that are a tool, the transition pathway that also can be used for discussion, the strategic areas of intervention that are very important input to design policies, and agency of EU actors in terms of the governance and the decision making and understanding how we work together in the future. Each of the different elements can be used independently or in combination, and that's something very attractive to bring. About the granularity of the different elements that we can use for policy making. This is a snapshot about the different scenarios that we develop as part of this project, where we try to identify the different trade-off in terms of policy mixes for sustainability and a more individualistic or a more collective society. And this is the overall process. And as you can see, there are different aspects from understanding signs of new, the pathways and the scenarios that can help us to understand change in different moments. This is the strategic areas of intervention, and I'm just going to point here that, as you can see, there are 4 big clusters: a new social contract, governance for sustainability, people and economy, and global perspective. These 4 clusters include a collection of areas of intervention more granular, like, for example, sustainable business models or skills and competence or public finance, that suggest different aspects of that needs to be changed in terms of the understanding of the uncertainty and the complexity of the future. For example, in terms of governance models and for sustainable investment, we can see one of the particular aspects is the role of regions and cities and the multi-level governance mechanisms. This is particularly important to understand the role of member states and the articulation and the place-based logic. And obviously the synergies with the public sector that is mostly place-based. On the sustainable societies and economies, there are different aspects that we can highlight, but one, for example, is very much the logic of how we facilitate from the supply and the demand side, a circular economy and the reduction of consumption in terms of working under the planetary boundaries. In terms of the agency, the capacity to act of different European actors, we can highlight 3 different concepts that can facilitate the discussion of the design of different policies: shaping, navigating, and orchestrating. Shaping is what we can do with what we have in terms of the short terms and assigning resources. Navigating is where we need to take decision even under uncertainty. And orchestrated, it means that on top of that, we can always enable new relations and new processes to support our actions. So this is a way to understand that not all the interventions in a policy mix are at the same time. It can be done together, but some of them can be done at the beginning and can enable other actors to act later on in condition of uncertainty. It's not about setting and design the perfect policy mix. It's about enabling the interventions to happen and enable other actors to happen a long time. And it's an important issue when you think about multi-level governance. I'm going to briefly touch the result of the foresight process on the twin transition, green and digital. This process was trying to bring these two transition by focusing on specific sectors. And this is part of the benefits of working on foresight, that it could be flexible enough to work in one particular topic or in several sectors at the same time by using transversal elements. So as you can see, the sectors include agriculture, buildings, energy, and mobility and transport. The particular aspect that we can highlight about this is similar to the other process, is that we can target a specific goals and in each of the sectors, and trying to see how we understand change in those sectors. So the understanding of change in thematic areas allowed to the design of a specific instruments and different interventions in terms of understanding the scale of the change for the future. This is the particular example for transport, where you can see that the level of granularity about the type of interventions can include, for example, simulation and forecasting of visualization and system management for integrating transport management. The important aspect of this context of analysis when you have different sectors is that we still keep the society, economy, and politics as part of the contextual factors. So to bring this kind of systemic aspects in understanding of these sectors are very important. And that's part of the value of foresight. Foresight brings these systemic aspects in the discussion of thematic policies, because in order to understand the future, you really need to understand the different aspects of society that are interconnected in order to work in a particular sector, as I mentioned, as energy or transport. So that's part of the institutionalization of bringing social and economic aspects to a discussion on a thematic or a sectoral discussion. And that includes, for example, from the steep point of view, different aspect that goes from the political, social, technological, economic, and of course, environmentally. To finalize my presentation, I'm going to present briefly 3 examples about how these reports and how this process actually brings some insights outside even the Commission and inside the Commission, in order to make some reflections about how we design new interventions and institutionalize these elements as part of policymaking. So the first one is how we bring the regional perspective to foresight. And this particular exercise that we have done in terms of understanding how scenarios about Europe in the future can resonate in the mindset of regional policymakers. So we propose to a network of regional development agencies to understand the role of regions and cities in the future. And we facilitate a discussion on that by having as a trigger the different type of activities and a different type of innovation process that are facilitated by the framework of partnership for regional innovation. So this type of exercise about being not only a foresight exercise, but also a framework about different interventions, is a starting point for policymakers and regional policy officers to understand the different portfolio of interventions that they can put forward. That can be done at any stage of the policy process, as I mentioned before. And the logic about working with member states and regions facilitate actually the understanding of the overall policy cycle in terms of the Green Deal and many other frameworks like cohesion policy. The second example is actually making reflections about where we are on the Green Deal. and in terms of the gaps that we have in covering the targets, but also the ambition that we have and the type of transformation that is going ahead. We need to review the understanding of the future all the time, and by doing that, we can understand much better what is the gap today, not the gap in terms of what we have identified 5 years ago, but the gap is going to be updated in terms of the new challenge and the new context and the new future that we foreseen. So in that case, the foresight can help to understand the different gaps in the implementation of our current policies in terms of our evolving future. So this study facilitates the understanding of those gaps in the 7 thematic areas of the Green Deal and provide different inputs with new mega trends in order to update the proposed actions. Last but not least, we are preparing for the new commission, and we need to understand what we are doing and what we need to do. So foresight can facilitate future policy goals, but also interconnections and tension points in terms of how new policies can look like in terms of the challenge that we have ahead, and how this kind of potential policy mix can work in terms of future policies and future policy goals by combining with existing ones. This is a particular exercise that can be done at any level. In this case, we have done at the commission level, but it's the kind of exercise that can be done at regional, city level, and of course at member state levels to understand this trajectory in terms of the existing policies and programs and the policies and programs that we need. Also, the type of relations and the leadership that we need in terms not only of the public sector, but also the business and even the research sector in bringing new solutions in terms of this anticipatory governance logic on bringing new leadership and how we build that new leadership. To finalize my presentation, I just want to share with you some final insights about the impact on institutionalization and strategic foresight in the Commission. So it helps, as I've mentioned before, to bring new framings as key policy concepts. Over the policy process of developing the strategic foresight and implementing, we were able to introduce concepts as resilience, sustainability transitions, and strategic autonomy as key concepts to defining policies. It helps to define challenge and principles to in-depth studies in strategic areas. Based on this new challenge, you can go deeper and dig more in some particular aspects, for example, now on artificial intelligence. But also in terms of understanding the type of change and the transformation, we think about new measurings and monitoring frameworks. It's not about GDP anymore. We need to think about beyond GDP. And for example, the last foresight report brings new elements about understanding well-being and sustainable lifestyles and how we measure that in terms of the quality of life of people rather than just economic development. Finally, 3 is like, as I mentioned, the foresight can help in different stages of the policy process. So it can provide inputs for the design of new policy packages, policy formulation, but also to review what is going on against what needs to be done. So that can be new initiatives and programs as part of the policy implementation. Finally, there are 2 main aspects that I think are very attractive, and maybe they are the ones that takes more time to develop, but can be activated from the very beginning. Foresight spot the different needs and challenges for the future, and in terms of that, we can identify where we need to put money, where we need to invest in terms of strategic areas of capabilities and different levels. For example, in terms of healthcare in the future, or the consequence of aging and healthcare, so how we need to focus on that, or a human-centered approach for industry and artificial intelligence. That helps a lot to have a kind of a critical mass of elements to support the following policies, but also to support this major transformation. Last but not least, the foresight as part of the process that I mentioned before in terms of participatory process and working with experts facilitate the collaboration between different sectors, but also with different global partners. We are currently working with UN in different projects in terms of understanding together jointly how we understand the future and sustainability. So this science diplomacy, it's a kind of an actionable knowledge that we can use to have common understanding with different partners globally. That's the end of my presentation. I hope I have contributed to understand how we can use strategic foresight to institutionalize new practices in policy making, not only at the Commission level, but also at different levels. Thank you very much.
Ačiū. Ačiū labai ponui Matijui už visą.
Thank you, Mr. Mati, for your insights in a much wider context. And now we move to our next speaker, Ms. Angela Hansson. She is a project manager in the Directorate for Public Governance of the OECD. She will speak about the rationale and value of anticipatory approaches in policy making, insights from the Lithuania project assessment, and initial opportunities for action identified by the White Book Focus Group for institutionalizing foresight and anticipatory innovation. So this is a title that is really very important.
Good morning. Is that my cue to start? I have to admit my Lithuanian is not perfect yet.
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to present this morning. My name is Angela Hansson from the OECD Public Governance Directorate, and I will be sharing a bit about the work that we've been doing in Lithuania over the last year. I'll also share my screen. Go. So as you may know, we've been working in Lithuania since January of 2023 on a project supported by the European Commission DG Reform Technical Support Instrument. So I'm going to share a bit about the project and some findings that might be interesting for this group. So I'll cover a bit of background about the Liminal project, the rationale for anticipatory governance, some highlights from the findings in the Lithuania assessment, some highlights from a focus group discussion around institutionalizing anticipation in Lithuania, and a few highlights from a survey of Lithuanian civil servants that was conducted a few months ago. There's a whole team at the OECD working on this project and supporting this, foresight experts and governance experts. So anticipatory innovation is part of a number of different types of innovation that public sector is responsible for, including gaining efficiencies, achieving societal goals, and adapting to new circumstances. So this is one piece of a comprehensive approach to innovation, and we're zooming in on the anticipatory aspect. There's many different definitions of strategic foresight, but this is how we define it, as the ability to constantly perceive, make sense of, and act on the future and the present. And the key part in this project is on the acting part, getting into the details of how to put foresight in practice in governance. We're currently working on some draft OECD good practice principles as a potential future instrument of the OECD. In fact, my colleagues at this very moment are in a meeting to discuss these. If you are interested in these, you can contact me, but know that what we're learning from this project is also informing some broader guidance that the OECD is developing. I won't go into the details of these, but I can share more information later if you're interested. So the key of this project and our work at the OECD is to take the foresight practice, so take the knowledge that's being produced about potential futures and cross the impact gap. So making sure that this information translates into policy strategies, regulation, long-term planning, research funding, procurement rules, all the very specific tools and mechanisms of public administration and governance. Too often we see that there is good information about the future, such as pandemics that were predicted, and even back in 2017, but we still weren't ready. So this is the key, and this is our focus in the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation. We've been learning a lot over the last few years from different countries, including Latvia, Finland, Slovenia, Ireland, and others, about what this looks like in practice and in public administrations. And I can share as well the links to these documents. But we're looking at a number of different contexts because the implementation of foresight and anticipatory systems looks very different depending on country contexts and other constraints and criteria. You may be aware of another OECD publication around 2021, I believe, that was around evidence-informed policymaking, which situates strategic foresight as a core part of strengthening Lithuania's analytical capability. So we're very much situating this work in the context of this prior work that the OECD has done with Lithuania. So what is the Liminal project? As I mentioned, it's an 18-month multi-country project. So we're also working with Italy and Malta, looking at cross-country comparisons of how to institutionalize strategic foresight and anticipatory governance with a strong focus on strengthening capacity, capabilities, skills, tools, and future culture. We're doing quite a lot of peer exchange. In fact, last week, a delegation from Lithuania traveled to Finland, along with delegations from Malta and Italy, to learn more about their ecosystem in Finland. So we're also supporting that peer exchange as part of the project. Just to give a sense of who the other peers are, in Italy, it's the National School of Public Administration. In Malta, it's the Office of the Prime Minister. In Lithuania, we've been working with Strata as well as the Office of the Government. There are a number of project outputs. I won't go into these in detail. We're doing some assessment, which is the classic OECD work, and also providing specific advice on the creation of and upkeep of communities of practice and how to basically sustain ecosystems within public administration, developing some curricula for skills and capability building, testing those out, providing some specific implementation support, and we will have a final report and a closing conference at the end of this year. So the overall research questions of the project are: what is the current institutional framework? What are the challenges and barriers to deploying and improving anticipatory capacity? How might the capacity be employed to address the specific challenges and skills needs in Lithuania? How might these communities of practice support an ecosystem of actors? And what could be the best steps to overcome the challenges? So what are the concrete actions? Based on a number of focus groups, interviews, and desk research from Lithuania, we identified 6 levers for building up foresights and identified this as the lens or framework for our analysis. So I can share the assessment findings if that's interesting for you, but it's based around these 6, which I won't go into in depth today because it's a very short time block, and I'm going to load as much information as possible and provide as much later for you to dive into the details. There's this question of how do I institutionalize strategic foresight and anticipation in my government? And this is a key question that we receive a lot. And the unsatisfying answer is it depends, but we're diving into the details of what that means. So there are many conceptual frameworks that exist. This is the OECD framework for anticipatory innovation governance, which focuses on both an authorizing environment and agency, so the permission to act and the capability to act. There's also many other great frameworks out there about how to actually institutionalize foresight, but the questions remain. How do we build upon what we already have? What structures are suitable for our purposes for foresight? What are the main functions that are already being carried out, and where is their potential? Which specific functions are happening already, and where are there potential for those? And how do we know if we can have more or less impact for reaching our goals using foresight? And then a very practical question always is, where should we invest our limited time and resources to build up that capacity? So these are the questions we've been exploring in Lithuania, as well as the two other liminal countries, as well as learning from strategic foresight units around governments around the world. So we analyzed global cases, differentiated and kind of dissociated structures from functions, and designed an activity for diving into the messy options. We looked, here are the number of structures that we looked at. These are the typical structures where foresight is situated in governments. And we also looked at the main functions that foresight provides, such as capability building, oversight and evaluation, advice and direction, methodological support, intelligence provision, experimentation and alternative exploration, and network convening and public engagement. Now, there are very few examples where any government is doing all of these functions, but the key question here is which function should go where, based on your existing governance structure and based on what you want to achieve with strategic foresight. It's based on those considerations and those factors, governments have done this quite differently. Centralized approaches, decentralized approaches, a mix, a combination, and we tried to not lead Lithuania down the path of what we call like institutional mimicry. So just doing what another country has done because they've been successful, but really looking into what's possible, what makes sense for Lithuania based on your interests and your constraints and considerations. So what is the right mix and who contributes? How do functions align to the structures that exist? We looked at this in Italy, we looked at this in Malta, and in Lithuania. Some of you may see familiar faces here. So we dove into this question of how functions align with structures and what could make sense based on the capabilities that already exist in Lithuania. From that, we built a portfolio of actions. So we looked at existing capabilities and what could have the most impact on the goals that are important for Lithuania, identified them according to these different areas of a portfolio. I won't go into the details here, but this is how we looked at the different specific functions that foresight could provide and organize these with the focus group on these two different dimensions. Based on that, we identified general actions that could be done with each of these options and developed a specific portfolio of things that need immediate investment, things that are uncertain heavy lifts that might be strategic bets, some quick wins and proofs of concept, some luxuries, which only make sense if it's part of something already ongoing, and an unknown zone, things that need more information. So again, this is a lot of information, and I'll share this with you afterward so you can dive into these details. I also want to share a bit of the preliminary results of a survey that we conducted of civil servants. So this was sent to all civil servants, around 40,000. We received a 10% 10% response rate. Most of the respondents were civil servants with more than 20 years of, well, more than 10 years working in the public sector, many working on service delivery, but also a lot of middle management who responded. And the main questions in the survey was encouragement to think about the future and the perception of the civil servant's role in shaping the future. So here are just some quick highlights that were particularly interesting. This was around familiarity with methods and practices of anticipatory capacity. The line here at the 3 mark is things that are used in the individual respondent's organization. Below the line, it might be a familiarity with these different tools and methods, but not a regular use of the tools and methods. So you see here also compared with Malta and Italy, there's not overabundance of use of these foresight tools. So there's a general lack of familiarity and regular use of these applied to policymaking and other purposes. In Lithuania, I would highlight that visioning tended to be quite high compared to the other countries, and that's likely because of the recent work on the LT 2050. That's my assumption there. In terms of rewards and incentives for innovation, so these are results of how individuals feel rewarded for pursuing new or alternative approaches. It's very much about individual satisfaction. There's not much extrinsic motivating factors that tend to drive feeling rewarded for doing things that are new and a bit innovative. So it's not surprising, perhaps, because these options are limited in the public sector, but individual satisfaction and to some extent, relationships with peers and recognition from leadership tends to drive this sentiment. This is a little bit of a complicated one, but engagement with the future, this is a relationship between people's belief that their work plays a role in shaping the future and the encouragement to consider how things might change in the future. So you see there's a positive correlation, but in Lithuania, even if there's a belief at an individual level that respondent believe they have a role, they still don't feel encouraged by their organization. So there's something more to explore here, and this pattern is much more distinct when you look at the difference between secretarial professionals and top managers. Top managers tend to feel more agency, perhaps because they have more hierarchical authority in the organization. But in Lithuania, it was much similar to Italy and Malta, but there's still something going on here of what's a real barrier to feeling encouraged to think about how things might change in the future. We looked at the main drivers or barriers of anticipatory capacity. So what hinders long-term policy implications to make use of innovation in your work? And we see at the top, EU influence, key performance indicators, and colleagues tend to have an outsized enabling effect on future orientation, whereas at the very bottom, operational financing models, ongoing or recent crises, and political agendas tend to have a bit of a barrier effect. We also looked at this in comparison to Italy and Malta because we ran similar surveys in each country. And in this way, we can look at what is unique to Lithuania and what is sort of different. I won't go into the details of these results, but I can share these and discuss them if you're interested. So some main takeaways from the survey is there's a distinct pattern of top managers in their pivotal role of leadership of enhancing anticipatory policymaking. The barriers, as I just mentioned, tend to be political agendas, public sector reform agendas, ongoing crises that may be diverting attention and resources from anticipation and innovation, and the little time for activities considered non-routine and predictable. There's an authorization gap, so there's this disconnect between the perceived relevance of civil servants' work in shaping the future and the encouragement towards innovation. So they may know that they have a role to play, but they're not equipped or feel sufficiently encouraged or motivated by their operating environment. And overall, there's as well as an agency gap, we're calling it, so a low overall familiarity with foresight methods, suggesting that even if civil servants were immersed in an authorizing environment, many individuals still lack the agency and skills to continuously support and practice their foresight in the course of their work. So top level takeaways overall, things to consider. LT 2050 was a bit of a launch pad for futures thinking, and it could be built upon. There's a question of how will long-term perspectives prevail, despite often short-term interests related to electoral cycles, such as the upcoming election in Lithuania. So how do we keep these long-term policy challenges in mind? There's an overall awareness of anticipation and foresights, but the opportunity to use them remains quite low. Civil servants do not feel encouraged despite an increase in awareness of tools. So there's some other barrier there. We're trying to dive into what those could be. And there is some combination of institutional structures that are needed in Lithuania, and a networked approach could be very helpful. Colleagues tend to have an outside impact on encouragement to think about the future. So this effort to think about a futures ecosystem, I think is really the right move here. There's always a need for mandate, demand, and dedicated resources, of course, for anything that is considered a priority. And that foresight should be considered as part of a core part of the ongoing efforts to build up capacity for evidence-informed policymaking. All right, that was a really quick overview. I don't think it was quite enough time to absorb all of that, but I've shared my slides with the organizers, and you can feel free to reach out as well if you have any questions about the work that the OECD has been doing over the last few months. So with that, I give the floor back unless there's any questions.
Dėkoju, ponai.
Thank you. Ms. Hansen? Thank you, Ms. Hansen. Let us agree we are short of time. We are falling behind our schedule, and Ligita Sharkutė will present after the lunch break. And now we still have time for questions and answers, so we can start a discussion. I saw some people wishing to ask questions, so the floor is open for discussion.
Labą dieną visiems.
Good morning, Rimantas Dapkus. I have several questions to different presenters. As still we see on the screen Ms. Hansen, I want to ask a question and direct it to her. One of the aspects is the OECD analyzing the preparation of our public sector to operate in wartime. It would be very positive to have such an evaluation by OECD of the preparation by the public sector to function during the time of the war. So this is one of the questions to Ms. Hansen. And I also want to address question to Christian Mate, if he's still on. In one of the slides, you mentioned circumstances that also depend on Russia's waged war. But no priorities were indicated, unfortunately, for the analysis of the countries in terms of the threat of the war in our neighborhood. I believe that the Green Deal is very important and should not be overlooked. But I believe that today we need to reorient all our policies towards avoiding war threats and building resilience. And I also then wish to ask a question and to direct it to Mr. Žirguolis.
Yes, if you may, I hope you had a translation.
Would you like me to go first? Okay.
Yes,
so to address the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To address the question about the scope of the OECD project, it's not specifically looking at defense policy and the impact of war, potential scenario. However, some of the methods that we've done capacity building on with across a group of policy experts across different ministries could be useful for that context. So scenario planning, stress testing, we've provided methodological support on different methods such as futures wheel to look at cascading effects of different global events. And for example, we did use one case example of the war in Israel and Hamas, and to see what impact that could have in Lithuania. So we did use some specific examples that addressed wartime issues, although it's not the scope of the OECD to look at defense policy. I would also mention the work that we're doing with Sweden, with the Civil Contingencies Agency. We're looking at preparedness and foresight as applied to their kind of overall civil preparedness system, which is part of total defense in Sweden. And of course, this is maybe adjacent or part of defense policy and planning, but it's not directly related. So I would say the capacity that we are looking at building up and what we're recommending could be valuable for kind of wartime preparation and planning, but it's not defense policy advice per se. Maybe I hand over to Christian to address the other question.
Thank you, Angela. Unfortunately, I didn't get the translation because I'm using the web browser. I don't know if you can repeat briefly the question in English for me from the venue.
Yes, I would like to check, have you any ideas about the reprioritization of our economy and making awareness against the preparation for the possible war against Russia? Yeah, because you didn't mention any preparational priorities in this field, how in the Europe or in particular countries that are neighboring with Russia. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's actually a very big question. What I can tell you is that as part of what I was presenting was actually a process that actually finished last year, and the last strategic foresight report include the different aspects about geopolitics because it was done in the middle of the starting of the invasion of Russian invasion to Ukraine. The kind of discussion that priorities that we are bringing as part of that foresight report that is part of now of the discussions in several areas is the different type of geopolitical consequence in terms of a new forms of multilateralism. What does it mean in terms of the relations with the different countries and different economic blocks in terms of access to value chain? It's an extended discussion in terms of what we started a couple of years ago on open strategic autonomy, but now has been intensified. So one of the critical priorities right now that came from that report is the understanding of different type of multilateralism and strategic relations with different economic blocks in terms of access to different materials, sustained value change, the potential consequence in terms of the needs for reindustrialization or reshoring some industries as part of a kind of a new global economic model. So those are the topics coming from the strategic report that are actually bringing new priorities to the policy discussion. Beyond that, I cannot bring anything in particular because the logic of foresight works in a particular way that allow us to discuss things as part of a broader context. So far, just to reinforce, the geopolitical elements were introduced in the last Foresight report, the social and economic aspect, because of the conflict. And that brings a lot of elements concerning economics, but also social situation, but also political in terms of the relations, not only with the different blocks, but also between countries regarding the reorganization of the European economy and the member states.
Labai ačiū. Labai ačiū.
Thank you very much for very extensive answers. This question is very important and very relevant, and I think that a separate conference should be dedicated for that. Future foresight, understanding of the world, and different other aspects could be discussed here and practically implemented. And certainly our speakers and our guests, Mr. Mati and Mr. Hansen, would be very useful with their institutional experience and competence. And now it's 12 p.m. and our moderators and organizers of the conference are in the press conference now, and you are invited for a refreshments and drinks. And you're welcome to return after the lunch break in the second session of our conference. And after the presentations, we will be able to have a discussion.
Sveiki, gerbiami mūsų.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of our conference. During the lunch break, I heard many concerns about the short time devoted to discussions. So let us use our time wisely. We transferred one presentation from the before the lunch break. I think that the most important task is giving reflections rather than broadcasting all the ideas. We will touch upon national and international experience and give the floor to important experts. And now I'd like to give the floor to Aiste Skaisgirytė, Senior Advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania. She will speak about the European priorities and our strategy.
Thank you, Giedrius, for inviting me to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you a few of the ideas that are currently being discussed at the European Council in Brussels as well as in other capitals of Europe. That is the strategic agenda of the EU to be approved this June, which will be implemented starting from 2025. In other words, we're looking forward for a new political cycle that is going to emerge within the European institutions following the European Parliament elections. So the current European leaders are trying to envisage guidelines for the newly elected MEPs and the Commission. Strategic agenda is still in the phase of discussions. So what I'm presenting today is, again, a matter of discussion just yet, but I believe that it will provoke us into further discussions. Our president loves saying that the best thing that could happen for Lithuania in its modern history is its accession to the EU and NATO. NATO provides security guarantees while the EU stimulates our economic and social development. The strategic agenda of the EU is built on three major pillars: safe and secure Europe, thriving and competitive Europe, and free and democratic Europe, which focuses on the rule of law and legal regulation. So let me go into greater detail in each of them, as well as the Lithuania's interest in all of them. So let's start from safe and secure Europe. Certainly the European leaders are first and foremost discussing on the strengthening role of Europe in terms of security globally. In reality, this cloud of Europe has not achieved its full potential as the European citizens would like it to be, because there are other major players in the scene, Russia, China. They can gain more clout in the global south, which is why in the renewed geopolitical architecture in Europe, we are wishing to find a new and stronger role for Europe. Now, how this is to be achieved? Certainly, when there's a war in our neighborhood, that is in Ukraine, the strongest factor is our support to Ukraine in its victory. Should we fail with this, we would be forced to rethink the priorities of the EU. So our strategic agenda is being framed under the precondition that Ukraine wins. So we have to make every effort to make sure that we achieve its victory. Lithuania is interested in Europe maintaining a close bond with the transatlantic community and the US primarily. We are certainly known for our support for the transatlantic bond. Yes, the US is changing indeed. How will it look like for the next 5 years? That's still for us to learn following the outcome of the US elections, but we should maintain our relations with the US nevertheless. Moving on next to security and defense. We were quite cautious about security and defense dimensions of the EU. However, following the war in Ukraine, they gain more and more importance. We reached a breakthrough, just to illustrate this. The European peace measure that has been developed over a course of time with the purpose of assisting countries in maintaining peace. Following the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, the purchase of ammunition for Ukraine was funded from this measure in particular. All of the states agreed that we would use the funds of this instrument to support militarily Ukraine. Moreover, the European leaders are talking about strengthening defense industry more and more often. This issue remained usually on the margins of political discussions. The majority of weapons in Europe were bought from other NATO partners. However, now we tend to speak more of Europe's potential to take care of its defense industry on its own. This is something completely new that did not exist some 5 years ago. So certainly, Ukraine's factor was a decisive one in this respect. In any case, Europe has decided that we don't have a strong defense industry in Europe. So that those countries that are the major producers of ammunition, they usually export the majority of their production elsewhere. And with the situation in Ukraine, we came to realize that we do not have sufficient production to keep up with the needs in Ukraine. So we're now making every effort to make sure that our European defense industry keeps up with the pace. As for our border security, external border security, once migration became instrumentalized, this became of utmost importance. Lithuania and Poland were the forefront countries which were forced to deal with the influx of illegal migrants. And this situation also changed the understanding of external European borders. Certainly, we are the protectors, the guardians of the external European borders, and we have to make sure that those borders are crossed only legally, whereas illegal migration must be prevented. So these topics have also become part and parcel of the discussions of the European heads of government. Because before that, they used to focus on the migration crisis and the ways to approach it and deal with it, whereas now we are talking about the instrumentalization of migration. the African and South Asian and Middle Eastern countries are the sources of illegal migrants. So our institutions are making every effort to make sure that we prevent the influx of illegal migrants from those countries. And certainly, enlargement of the European Union is another important aspect. Certainly, this has to do with Brexit and the imprint that it has left in people's minds. But there is a willingness to continue with enlargement. So to show that there's nothing wrong with Europe following Brexit, we have to demonstrate that there are countries willing to join the EU. And the EU, in turn, is also interested in expanding the zone of security in Europe, including Western Balkans, Moldova, Ukraine. Those countries that for the next decade are willing to join the EU. Of course, we would like to see Ukraine joining the EU sooner, but let's not forget that countries such as Western Balkans have started their negotiations for EU membership much earlier compared to Ukraine and Georgia. But in general, we're talking about 9 potential countries to join the EU in the future. The issue of enlargement is also raising some other issues, such as that of the EU's functioning following the next wave of enlargement, especially bearing in mind the size of the countries to join the EU, with Ukraine being the largest one. So its accession to the EU might also affect the functioning of the EU, specifically the institutional engagement, the allocation of funds. And so some of the member states are raising this issue, informing us that we should go hand in hand with the European reform. That is, we have to review the functioning of the European Commission. Let's say whether or not we should have 9 additional commissioners following the accession of those 9 candidate countries. So the same could be said about the European Parliament, with its number of MEPs increased to some 700 MEPs. We are saying on our behalf that all those reforms could take place following the accession of those countries, not before them, although there are other countries that maintain the latter approach. Thriving and competitive Europe, another important pillar, which mainly deals with the internal market. Lithuania's access to the European internal market has brought a lot of dividends, especially with respect to our competitiveness, and we have to continue increasing Europe's competitiveness. Back in 2020, the European Commission has delivered a report on the barriers in the internal market. They identified 96 barriers that could be eliminated. They are mainly related to red tape, but there are also other barriers. So if we look into how many those barriers have we managed to lift, apparently we did not perform well in this respect, which contributes to the distortion of our competition. The freedom of knowledge, the freedom of the movement of knowledge is another topic featuring the debates of the European leaders. So far, we are lagging behind in terms of research and development. If we take, let's say, the scope of our participation in within the Horizon Europe program, we rank 23rd among the EU 27, although our input into the Horizon Europe is rather high. We contribute 112 million euros, although we absorb only 24 million euros out of this program. Some of other key words, green and digital, that is green agenda and digital transition. As for the green agenda, it peaked several years ago with the green agenda package that was presented by the European Commission. Some of its aspects were implemented and achieved, others were not, because there were countries that did not believe that it was ambitious enough. The majority of the funds, the European funds, are mainly earmarked for these two agendas, for the digital transformation and for the green agenda, but this means that we have to implement certain reforms to absorb those funds. And as for social challenges and demographic challenges, well, it is quite evident that Europe tends to focus on these two challenges as of recently. We're now dealing with an aging Europe, a very good term not to offend anyone. So how should we address this issue? We have to think of the children, of the elderly, and migration. Three components to addressing the problem of aging. So first of all, children. We want to make sure that our families give birth to more children, but we don't have a single recipe how to achieve this. Some countries are introducing financial incentives, while others are less skeptical about that, more skeptical about that, believing that we will not encourage people to have more kids with money. However, supporting the elderly within the labor market and making sure that they are active is a challenge that needs to be addressed. As for Lithuania's interest in this respect, we're very much indebted here. For instance, OECD has conducted a study into Lithuania's demography. So Lithuania is the fourth on the bottom of the list of the countries in terms of poverty of the people aged 65 and above. Lithuania ranks third from the bottom in terms of life expectancy, average life expectancy, if compared with other OECD countries. And in terms of life skills and lifelong learning, we rank 10 from the bottom compared to other OECD countries. However, support to the elderly, that's the indicator which demonstrates our poor performance in this regard. And migration. Now, some countries are very clear in saying that we need to address the issue of aging and a shortage of labor force through migration. Certainly under certain concessions, maintaining that these could be the migrants that contribute to creating high added value, those that are literate and educated, although practice shows quite different results. But migration could be treated as a solution to addressing demographic challenges. As for the situation in Lithuania, based on the sentiments in society, I believe that this would not be the best way to go for us. And finally, a democratic Europe, the last pillar, one that makes sure that we support the rule of law. Despite the situation over the past 5 years in Poland and Hungary as regards the support to the rule of law, and I hope some changes have already taken place in those countries, but every European member state has certain mechanisms to ensure that the rule of law is upheld, and we are interested in doing that. Certainly this relates to the European values, democracy and others, preservation of historical memory. A rather new topic within the European narrative, by the way. So far, not a lot of focus has been put on this aspect. Once Russia started to rewrite the historical narrative, we made every effort to make sure that our historical narrative maintains. Whenever we talk about the rewriting of historical narrative, we mainly think of Russia. So we have established the platform for European historical conscience, which has become more and more active, and Lithuania is very interested in getting more involved in its activities, because rewriting of history is a very important topic for us. So that would be it about those key pillars of the EU. Nevertheless, Lithuania is now putting its efforts into focusing on its upcoming presidency of the Council of the European Union. We will have to make good preparations for the next budgeting period, that of 2028-2034. We should also bear in mind that we will receive less cohesion funds with the next from the next financing periods, but that's for the future to tell how it's going to pan out in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Advisor, for your overview of the EU agenda, and the signals that the paradigm is changing, and it is also a question to our response, whether it is within the 2050 national strategy or the national progress strategy. Therefore, we need a constant reflection here. The object of future ecosystems, not only Lithuania, but also the EU and also the world. Now let us move forward, and according to our agenda, we will later include the presentation that we missed. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Darius Žeruolis, advisor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania on strategic planning and other issues. He will speak on planning and organization of evidence-based governance in the government of Lithuania. The floor is yours, Darius. You can speak from your seat. I hope you hear me. Thank you. Now, planning and organizing of strategic governance, I will have two parts and make some observation on that and full overview of the system. You can see that, but I will explain in a more detail every element. So the first observation We have discussed that, and we constantly discuss that in the Committee for the Future and in different analyses due to the large flow of our legislative flow, and time that could be used in a more productive manner for thinking about the future, because this is not something that can be done instantly. In Lithuania, we have about 650 laws in Lithuania. But since the restoration of Lithuania's independence, tens of thousands of amendments have been adopted. If you're interested in that, you can look up this National Audit Report of 2018. Lithuania does not develop new laws, but it amends old laws very quickly. 650 is not a big number, but we have a lot of amendments to that and to those laws, and the number of those amendments is too large. So this is just an example, an illustration. Now, why is it so? As far as I understand, this is a post-communist legacy and failure to trust the government or confidence deficit in the government. This is a barrier that prevents us from moving forward and develop. And this lack of trust in the government, we tend to have too much regulation in our laws, too much of decisions taken by the Seimas, and sometimes the Parliament deals with very specific legislative amendments or specific provisions that could be delegated to the level where decisions should be taken based on the subsidiarity principle. Even the central authorities should follow the subsidiarity principle. Another reason for that is the legalist tradition. I do not know where this comes from, whether the post-Soviet framework. Amending laws is a traditional response in dealing with public policy challenges. So what can we do to change that? The OECD agrees too, and we have already defined our own path. Our expert Giedrius Girdziauskas has prepared an evaluation about that on evidence-based and public policy analysis strengthening at the center of the government. It was implemented through Strata with all the analysis and recommendations. In brief, this is the review of regulation in different areas. This is a long road because we cannot dismantle all that. And the state cannot operate without the legal framework. So this is part of a decade program. And we have already created some prototypes for that. In this legislative term, the government has made a very specific commitment to the review of the construction permit system. There were attempts to amend the legislation in this area, but finally the number of legislation was reduced to 4 regulating this permit system. The Seimas has endorsed that and implemented in 2023. We had some preparative work before that, and later on the governmental and parliamentary level. So we should increase the number of areas under review. Another observation, which is sometimes defined as a problem by some, but I believe is that this is our conviction about the lack of analytical skills. And I personally find it difficult to understand that a semi-literate nation managed to establish and defend its independence in the early 20th century, and its educated further generation complains about the lack of skills in the 21st century. Most likely, these are problems of the organization of work, which will have to be addressed. Our colleague from OECD showed it on her slides. She did not stress that, but she showed the organizational silos problems. And I hope very much that this problem will be addressed, and that the public governance reform will help to do that. And that we will concentrate not on the parliament, the government, but on the institutions to have the organization of work in such a manner as to avoid unnecessary work and to concentrate on necessary skills. It is important to know that evidence-based governance framework is about 90% consistent with the system of future foresight. So it means that future foresight stand on the same foundations and relationships, especially in a country so small like Lithuania. So this is the representation of the view that we have. This is a generalized conclusion. When we speak about the instruments and actors available to the government, we have 10 of them. I will briefly introduce them, and then I will speak about some innovations that we have one and lack one. So first, we have the ex-ante ex-post impact assessment of legislation. I will briefly present all the instruments available to the government. We also have evaluations, expenditure reviews, progress measures by the Ministry of Finance and Central Project Management Agency. Finally, this is well developed. And we have Kotryna Šarmavičienė, who is working in this area. We have data from official statistics, State Data Management Agency, State Data Agency, former Statistics Department. This is a very important source of data, and it offers us many opportunities. We also have the Strata, which is a strategic analysis center. It is being represented in this conference, and their efforts And we have to thank them for Lithuania's vision for the future 2050. They support our decisions in the government and elsewhere. We also have functional previews, and the Ministry of the Interior is responsible for that. If we complement it with budgetary negotiations, we could have a very useful instrument that was established 10 years ago. But for that, we need to establish incentives for institutions to review the funding saved. Statutory organizations and the review of their functions is being carried out, as well as the code of the criminal proceedings in order to ensure effective justice in Lithuania. Since we only amended the code, but we did not have any systemic review of that. We also have state scientific research institutes, 11 of them actually. I do not say that they all should work for the benefit of public governance, but in some areas they could really contribute to. We also have a Lithuanian Research Council, and we can also see the representatives of the council here. We also have a new instrument in terms of programs on national research, and we also have one European facility funded from the EU, which is Technical Support for Structural Reforms Program. And thanks to this program, every year, Lithuania can implement 5 to 6 projects worth 3 million euros. And from the first part of the conference, in terms of cooperation with Malta and Italy through the OECD, these programs could benefit in coordinating and being coordinated by the Office of the Government. On the level of situation analysis, these programs are very positive, and some of the projects were involved directly in drafting reforms, several reforms in 2019 and 2018. The analysis was carried out and the government made use of that. And finally, we had the national audits, which are very useful in analysis and recommendations. Also, the research carried out by the Bank of Lithuania. And finally, we have institutional resources, because institutions can order their analysis and studies independently. So this is about the instruments that are available. We also have the Library of Analytical Information that was established last year. It is administrated by Strata and the Lithuanian National Library of Martynas Mažvydas, and we have about 2,000 of units stored in this library with the simple search. And this is the intellectual heritage of our public policy that can be applicable not only in retrospective, terms, but also as a depository that contributes to the quality of evaluations and reports. Now I will give some remarks about some of those 10 tools or instruments. I believe that Katrina will speak about progress and development programs. All the system available could be unified through analysis. We have a draft for 2024-2027. So this could also be used for coordination and for future perspectives in order to evaluate effective and ineffective steps taken. Because all the planned changes need to be reviewed and assessed. Certainly the scope of this analysis should be discussed and should be decided on. For the first time this year, the budget for 3 years is being drafted. In terms of legislation ex ante, since our legislative flow is rather large, and many international conclusions have been made on our system, that this ex ante evaluation is very weak and sometimes non-existent. But in the general flow, we know that it should be very detailed. In this legislative term, for the first time in Lithuania's history, the legislative plan or program was adopted with 35 changes to be implemented on the legislative level, and detailed impact assessment was ordered for them. Around 20 of those were done. Ex post is a novelty. It is an important factor. After the new regulation of requirement, ex post impact assessment is being included in new legislation, and the state civil service reform will also have this ex post impact assessment included. I will now speak about the experiments or pilot cases. Innovation. We have innovation advisors in many units of the government, and they have to be the flagman of evidence-based policy making. And the second is programs administered by the Research Council of Lithuania. And we also have to carry out a deep analysis on the situation of social situation in Lithuania and the demographic situation, family level assessment. And this would be the example of mobilizing all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Darius, for a very in-depth presentation, which I believe is worthy of another conference. But I would just like to say that even the Seimas Committee for the Future is also thinking about going back to the debate on public governance reform, because it's about instrumentalization of data. Although one might say that we have enough instruments, but I believe we can also say the same thing about skills, but management is what is lacking. So I believe we should encourage everyone making use of the available instruments. So thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation, but we have to move forward because we are also lagging behind. But let's give the floor now to another presentation by a foreign guest, if he is still with us online, Mr. Jari Kaivo-Oja, Research Director from the Finland's Futures Research Center, who is going to talk about global digitalization waves, innovation ecosystem challenges, and business dynamics in Finland and Europe.
I start sharing my presentation here in Tampere, Finland. Moment. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
You could make it full screen.
Yeah, thank you. So
perfect.
So here is my headline. So I'm focusing on digitalization challenges in the global setting, but also, of course, in European Union and also in Lithuania. So my presentation is focusing on this digitalization challenge, and we have already seen many presentations telling that EU is really focusing on this digital transformation and also green transformation challenges. OECD, EU experts were telling this, and also experts from Joint Research Center, Seville, were telling this fact that digitalization is a big issue and a big challenge for EU region and also for all countries, Finland and all Nordic countries, Baltic countries, and all other EU countries. So that's my starting point. And in this presentation, I tell shortly about the current findings, what we can see in this process of global digitalization. So here is shortly the content. So I tell some key findings relevant for Lithuanian economy about this digitalization ways and technological disruption. And then I go to the AI hype phenomena because it's so big issue and also big challenge for most of EU countries. And then I shortly summarize some recent scientific findings of weak and strong signals of our technological digitalization process, what we have found relevant. And then I summarize the findings. Here we can see background of innovation ecosystem challenges and what is challenging. We have already found that this VUCA environment challenge is really here. So we have many big crises, climate crisis, financial crisis, COVID-19. We had Russian-Ukrainian war, Gaza, humanitarian crisis, etc., etc. So we are living in turbulent environment, really challenging for all decision makers in Lithuanian parliament and everywhere. So we must also understand the context of foresight and future studies, that we are really facing this VUCA environment, and we don't see the end of VUCA era in the world. So, and there is this global competition with BRICS plus countries. So we have Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now 16 other BRICS countries coalition. And this is already over half of global GDP. This coalition is very strong. We must understand this also in our decision environment. Then we have this innovation system, which is a very complex open innovation system. Also symbiosis innovations are possible. And also there are still some closed innovation systems which are focused on big corporations, innovations, patents and trademarks and everything. So we must do benchmarking, bench learning, bench action concerning the changes what we see. And then we have all these EU financial instruments and policy planning tools. We have already get good big picture of that in previous presentation. And then we can also see Lithuanian positive scoreboard trends of innovation ecosystem. And I must make my best congratulations for Lithuanian Parliament. You have been able to have many positive trends in Lithuania, and that's good starting point for future committee also in Lithuanian Parliament, that you have made real progress. Congratulations for that. Then we can go to the innovation scoreboard. So we have already noticed that knowledge management is really important for futures thinking and for futures assessment in general. And here we have the Lithuanian innovation scoreboard, and the key message from this is that the performance gap to the EU is becoming smaller, but successful steps can be found. We see many green lights there, and only some a little bit red lights, but mostly direction in Lithuania has been good. And you can see Lithuanian Innovation Index. It's much better than it was in 2016. Congratulations, you have done a good job in Lithuania. And that's good starting point for Futures Committee also, that you have already done right things in Lithuania. Then if we go to the digitalization waves, in Vilnius, we have started our big data analysis with Foresight Focus, and here is one, maybe the most important scientific paper what we did in 2021, and we analyzed all these digital technologies and these digitalization waves, what we can observe on the basis of big data. And then we made this fundamental scientific discovery, and we found that there are these 4 domains of digitalization which are relevant also for Lithuania: education field, finance field, healthcare, and manufacturing. We know that all these fields are important for the future of Lithuania and also to other countries in the world. What is happening in digitalization in these 4 domains: education, finance, healthcare, and manufacturing. So we made this analysis, and we found that artificial intelligence dominates trend developments inside all 4 digital waves. So that's fundamental and very, very important also Lithuanian parliament. But we also find even more interesting things inside education domain, finance industry domain, healthcare industry domain, and manufacturing industry domain. So we found that in all these domains, artificial intelligence is a driving force. Then in education, we have also augmented reality, blockchain, AI, Internet of Things, machine learning, and other factors. Then in finance industry, we identified that also blockchain, Internet of Things, and machine learning are key digital technologies. And in healthcare industry, we found that augmented reality, blockchain, cloud computing, machine learning, and virtual reality are key digital technologies. And then we found that inside manufacturing industry, for example, we know that laser industry is very important in Lithuania. These technologies, augmented reality, cloud computing, machine learning, virtual reality, and the 3D printing are key digital technologies. Now we know what are the focus areas of digital developments in Lithuania also. What are really key technologies of digitalization? This is vital information for decision makers. And then we can go to the AI domain, because this is what our big data analysis were really telling, that we must focus more on artificial intelligence. And here we have the list of all these artificial intelligence technologies which are linked to machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision. So we have 17 key digital technologies. One problem is that we don't analyze these technologies too much. We just talk too much about AI and artificial intelligence in general terms. But if we want to get benefits of artificial intelligence, we must go deeper in our analysis, and we have done it. And here we can see how these detailed technologies are behaving during AI hype era. So we have this kind of trends and tendencies in RE. We have this visual trend 1, then we have visual trend 2, we have visual trend 3, and visual trend 4. So if we look at the Google trend index data with global interest, we can find all these 4 trend lines, which are, of course, important for decision makers if we want to make wise decisions concerning artificial intelligence in the future, also in Lithuanian parliament. So that's a good to know. And here we can go to the details what we found. So we have found this kind of things. It's not possible to go to all the details, but we found this kind of trends, downward trends, high upward trends, moderate upward trends, low upward trends, and more and more this analysis are telling that we should go deeper in this RE phenomena. And also this means big challenge for all universities in Lithuania, that we must understand RE technology in deeper and deeper levels to get benefits from these critical technological domains. And here one extra analysis what we have done recently is that we must do this kind of a tipping point analysis of RE technologies. So we must know that where we are concerning RE phenomena and concerning RE hype, and big data can reveal are we on the left-hand side or are we on the woohoo side or on right-hand side of tipping point. And here we have made this tipping point analysis and found relevant findings, and here we can see in statistical terms where we have had tipping points. And this analysis is revealing that actually in some fields tipping points have been already in history, but in some fields they have been quite recent. Last year actually were tipping points for image segmentation and speech recognition, and other tipping points were already in the history. So we are able to make this kind of grouping of tipping points and then inform decision makers where we are in this revolution in the world. And big data analysis reveal this kind of fundamental things for us. And then we made this kind of RE technology population ranking analysis again, and here we made this boring statistical things, of course, and then we are able to summarize the results for decision makers. And we see what was the situation in 2004 in history, in the starting point of big data findings, and last year, what was the ranking of all this 17 key RE technology in the end of last year. And then we can make this kind of figure, which is really saying that where we are in rankings and which have been very stable in rankings and which have been very unstable. So if we look at which are very unstable, they are in the right-hand side in up. Tokenization, entity recognition, pose estimation. They are the turbulent field. But actually, artificial intelligence is down and on the stable field change. And this is what many people don't understand actually, that we must focus on the deeper and detailed field of RE to understand it and then make wise development decisions in these fields. And here, another big thing, this is not yet officially published, but we have been able to now find strong signals, weak signals, niche areas, and stable areas of digitalization with the big data. This is first time in the history when we have able to separate strong and weak signals of technological development with big data. And this happens in Lithuania. This has been connected to Lithuanian big data analysis. So this is something what is interesting for decision makers, and now we can use this information when we, for example, think about smart specialization strategy of Lithuanian industries and business life. What we can really try to focus on interesting, for example, interesting niche areas, or if we are not, we want to have a more risk-averse strategies, then we focus on stable areas, and also on strong signals. But if we are more risky and risk-oriented, then we focus on weak signals. And this is now possible with big data, with big data first time in the history. And here we have concluding remarks. So one big finding and summary conclusion is that that artificial intelligence should be more strategic arrow field of digitalization strategy. Now EU strategy is too general, and big data analysis, which we are going to publish in Kaunas ISEP conference soon in May, are indicating that actually EU is not having arrow strategy of artificial intelligence. There is this digital transformation strategy in general terms, but not very well focused on strategic angles, and our results, what we were able to present, are showing the angle fields actually for decision makers in the field of finance, health, manufacturing, and education field. So there is more specific needs to define strategic angles and arrows in these critical industrial fields. And now we have big data-based findings. And then the second point is that RE technology ranking analysis are also showing, concerning 17 key RE technologies, more specific results for decision makers. It's not making sense just to say always artificial intelligence. We must go beyond this catchphrase and analyze all these 17 key RE technologies. And this kind of information is vital for all universities in Lithuania. And here we have also that points that maybe there is need for tailored strategy in Lithuania in this digital innovations system. And then we must also always talk about what is the role of quadruple helix partners, what is the role of government, industries, academia, and civil society. Civil society is very important also. If we are having interest, for example, to focus on artificial intelligence, we need civil society stakeholders. And then one big issue is always what you have fantastically been discussing in today's milestone event in Lithuanian Parliament is this strategic priority setting process. What you have, I see that you have it. You are focusing on strategic discussions seriously, and that is fantastic element now in your futures-oriented discussions. But it is always painful. I know it's always painful because you must have a strategic eye and you must say that this is maybe the priority and this is not a priority. But now you have a good knowledge space for discussion also based on our big data analysis, what we have done. Of course, there's this big list of mechanisms, smart specialization strategy, European digital hubs mechanism, EU smart scorecards. I was showing the example how to use it. EU digital compass, which you need a yearly monitoring mechanism of EU digital compass, Horizon Europe programs, and other EU Interreg programs, and all these need special attention when you develop really Lithuanian national strategy willpower for the future. That is what is needed, and here we can say that we need more discoveries in Lithuania to be in the front line of EU science, technology and innovation fields. We need brave strategies and discoveries in general. And that's my message. And I also refer, of course, to historical roots of Lithuania, which are very fantastic, very good. We have a historical knowledge space. We just must rely on in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū gerbiamas Jari.
Thank you.
Ačiū šitą.
Thank you, Mr. Kaivoja. You illustrated Lithuania's and Finland's close ties, aviation, and you dive into the area which is relevant for all, and you show how it can be demystified by showing the tendencies. And this is a very good background for our next presentation made by Rasa Petrauskienė, Chair of the Working Group on Artificial Intelligence of the Committee for the Future. She will speak about the prospects for the system of parliamentary assessment of technology in Lithuania. I also want to remind that today is Rasa's birthday, and we need to give a round of applause to congratulate her.
Privilege to give this keynote for you today. It's a milestone day for us in European Union, in Baltic Sea countries, and also in Lithuanian Parliament. Thank you for your keen attention to our scientific efforts, what we have done in Vilnius in recent years.
Ačiū dar kartą, gerbiamas Jari.
Thank you once again, Mr. Kaivoja. And now let us move to Rasa Petrauskienė. Good afternoon. In all the spaces and platforms, it seems that we hear words, phrases, and encouragements about technologies and the speed of their development and our racing with technologies. with huge synergies. Today, we also speak about the Regulation Act. Yesterday, in the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, we had a working group on that, which discussed about the Regulation Act. And the absence of the documents, we have to think about the future. And we politicians who shape policies on high and developing technologies, we have to take into consideration the future. Therefore, I'm very glad to be able to speak today about the parliamentary assessment system of technologies and the perspective in Lithuania. We're standing on the crossroads of rapidly evolving high-tech developments and the impact on society, governance, and policy making. We understand the importance of having solid foundations for technology assessment and integration into national discourse.
Technologijos sparčiai vystosi.
Technologies are really developing fast, but not as fast as we wish them to develop. Can I have one request? Can you find a good translation for artificial intelligence? Because intelligence cannot be translated intellectas into Lithuanian, because intelligence means possibility to create as well. And then we think of many silly things, and we actually discuss different things and not artificial intelligence. I think that we will record your request and we will be considering that. Let us continue my presentation, and we will skip the slides on the go because we're lagging behind. Lithuania, like many other countries, is witnessing the unprecedented growth of technology opportunities. And we are at the same crossroads as other countries, and artificial intelligence plays a very important role here. It can analyze tasks, improve efficiency, and take decisions. However, it poses complex challenges in terms and ethical dilemmas. We can create new products, cure diseases, but we're faced with ethic dilemmas related to genetic modifications, embryo analysis, big data, collection and analysis of big data, but it gives rise to misuse of personal information. These changes pose difficult challenges and ethical dilemmas which requires careful impact assessment. It is therefore of utmost importance to look at those gaps. With the help of artificial intelligence, people might misuse it and seek negative purposes. And children might be unwilling to learn if they see the benefits of artificial intelligence. And so far, we have no legislation regulating this area. And we are waiting for the new Artificial Intelligence Regulation Act to be adopted in Lithuania in May. And we have to see at how we will be able to control its adoption and implementation, loss of jobs, automation, and use of artificial intelligence and its efficiency can increase productivity. Therefore, reorientation through jobs can also lead to many threats. Lack of critical thinking while working with artificial intelligence, people will not be able to foster their critical thinking skills. Loss of control means that the algorithms of artificial intelligence might become too difficult to understand for people. Therefore, it is a risk that artificial intelligence will become powerful and unpredictable. In the next slide, I want to say that we as politicians are responsible for AI policies and its shaping of these policies in Lithuania. Evaluation, technology impact assessment in Parliament is necessary. And if we have this put in place, politicians could adopt informed decisions. Scientists, analysts and practitioners could provide information to politicians on possible changes and effects of technology on people. This would increase the trust. Evaluation system would show the commitment to responsibility, especially in areas such as data security, healthcare, AI use in public sector, would increase the trust of population in government institutions. It will help to control the risks, and on the basis of the effects of technologies to security would help to find safeguards and eliminate negative factors of different technologies. The evaluation of technology would foster innovation and science. This would promote investment into different projects in line with values of the population. This would promote cooperation and dialogue among different interest groups in order to form the best results based on technological solutions. We saw that while working in our working group on AI. This mechanism would be a very important tool in ensuring responsible and effective management of the impact of technologies and encourage responsible use of technologies. In our working group, we see that this requires a constant dialogue between all the stakeholders in order to create proper regulation and national policies. Political leaders have to anticipate and control these changes by assessing scientific and technological innovation. This is a vital process when it comes to the choices that can determine the future of our societies and of societies. If we fail to take action, while we face the fundamental challenges of humanity almost on a daily basis, rapid progress in new technologies poses major challenges in which requires risk management and management strategies. Regulation might be insufficient and social trust might be lost, and this would be a long-term negative effect on society and environment. We could lose trust in government institutions and prevent innovation potential development. Ignoring these problems could lead to long-term damage to the society and the economy. As the American political scientist Aaron Wildavsky said, risk is an inevitable commitment of activities from which benefits are derived. He argued that risks and benefit are two faces of the same coin, and that creative challenge for decision makers is to shape the societal capacity to respond, resiliency to cope with the untoward events. Anticipating and foreseeing on the basis of what we know is one approach. However, another strategy is resilience with some precautions, i.e. the backup and integrated ability to recover Another strategy is resilience with some precautions, meaning action strategy that would allow instant reactions to unwanted risks and impacts. This would include different procedures. This would allow to effectively coordinate actions and reduce effects on different stakeholders, including businesses, state institutions, and society at large. Therefore, it is important to have the parliamentary evaluation of technology system that would allow taking decisions in terms of technological changes. This would help to control the risks and negative effects. This needs close cooperation between different stakeholders in order to create a responsible, accountable, and transparent technology control model. What are our plans about this?
Randu tos skaidrės dar anksčiau. Taigi galėtume.
We could plan different steps and adjust them. We would have a team with representatives of society, businesses, and politicians. We could have a website or platform to collect and analyze information on the newest technological advances, organize public consultations, surveys, in order to get social proposals and recommendations, consult with international organizations in order to use best practices in evaluating the impact of technologies, make reports based on data and analysis, and they would be used by legislators. We would have independent groups working in that field, experts from different fields, politicians, NGO representatives, and others. By involving politicians and experts, and stakeholders in comprehensive assessments of the impacts, risks, and opportunities of technologies. Such a technology assessment system as a part of the future's ecosystem would enable us to take a targeted step along the digital age paths with a greater proactivity and responsibility. A technology assessment system could be an excellent tool to ensure not only interoperability but also accountability among the stakeholders, especially in the context of rapidly changing technological environment. Artificial intelligence could play an important role here. It could be used in the process of technological assessment by using AI algorithm. Large data amounts could be analyzed. It would help to identify trends, foresee possible threats, and foresee preventive measures, and could make a detailed impact assessment, analyze the impact of technologies on many areas. With such a system in place, we could be more effective in observing the creation of such systems, implementation of such systems, and realization of other technologies. Data privacy, security, algorithm distortion, ethnic aspects of development are important issues that should be discussed by politicians to better understand the effects on society. I will soon propose the adoption of the resolution on AI and ethical use of AI in public sector and in the work of politicians. This would be the first step to ensure that technologies are in line with the values and the benefits of society. This would promote responsible use of technologies. Cooperation with partner countries, in this case, is very important. Only in cooperation and thanks to knowledge sharing, we can address issues and seize the opportunities available. To conclude, the establishment of a system of parliamentary assessment of technology implies a proactive, multidisciplinary, and future-oriented approach in the context of the digital age. By committing to this initiative, Lithuania could become a forerunner in responsible and inclusive technological innovation development, promoting transparent, responsible, and accountable use of innovation. This step would allow us to move forward and never pause in creating a future's ecosystem that respects every human being and promotes continuous social and national progress. It would empower us to make wise decisions now or to shape long-term visions for the future where technology is at the service of humanity and not the other way around. Thank you very much, and I invite you all to cooperate and to think about the possibility of establishing such a system. Thank you.
Labai ačiū gerbiamą Rasą, ypač šitą turbūt pagrindinį raktažodį.
Thank you, Rasa, for emphasizing this keyword in your presentation, cooperation. When faced with such a progressive phenomenon as artificial intelligence, we are forced to cooperate. So the word cooperation coincides very smoothly with one of the main challenges in this field, which is communication. With the parliament, the government, as mentioned by Mr. Geruoli. So communication, exchange of information, and timely execution of actions by the stakeholder institutions is the main precondition for this successful cooperation. So your political vision on this is very important for us to listen to. So thank you very much, and let us move on with our next keynote speaker, since we are already way past our time. We would like to encourage other keynote speakers to try and speed up a little. So let's give the floor now to Ms. Ligita Šarkutė from the previous session. Ms. Šarkutė is the advisor of the research unit of the Office of the Seimas. She's going to speak about the need for and prospects of shaping an institutional futures infrastructure.
Good afternoon. I will be brief. The presenter from Finland and other speakers spoke about many things that can be covered or would be covered my presentation. So this shows that we're dealing with many things. This is very related to future policies and future infrastructures. When we speak about future infrastructures, we might ask three questions. What is the institutional future infrastructure? What is the need of this infrastructure? Why we need it? And what are the prospects for building this infrastructure? Well, actually, this resembles the UK flag. The UK has a very well established foresight infrastructure. When we speak about infrastructure, we understand it in the engineering terms. When we speak about the futures ecosystem or infrastructure, this could also be defined as future engineering rules and functioning. So here three actors are important, including actors that act on the regional, national level, also international actors from different areas. Motivation to act is a very important component here. It is important to see the powers also of such actors and also their ability to do so. And institutional environment can be a limiting factor here. And here we can see this, the model of futures ecosystems, and we see that futures ecosystem does not work in the vacuum. Social-cultural context is very important here. The dominance of values in the countries and the promotion of futures ecosystems. What is the public governance model? And this defines the system, the ecosystem. This ecosystem should work properly. And in Lithuania, we have the principle of evaluating futures established in the law on strategic governance. We have the strategic management methodology and the strategic analysis center and its role in future foresights and environmental analysis. Within the law on strategic governance, we can see potential actors of future infrastructure, including the Seimas, the government, regional actors, national actors, according to the system that we have. Different analyses show, and from today's information, we can understand the capacities for futures foresight, including competences in the parliament, in the government, public management agency, data is very important because data is like a blood or fuel of the agency. And if we have the quality of data, the foresight will also be of good quality. We also have Research Council of Lithuania and is preoccupied with our future foresight. Municipalities, Vilnius City Municipality has special units, future anticipation units, and this is a very positive development, and this shows that this need or demand for future foresight is really big. And this is the reason why we need future infrastructure in order to anticipate changes more effectively, identify the options, reduce risks, and prepare for the future. In other words, future foresight is not forecasting or looking at the crystal ball. These are the assessment of different futures and preparation for such futures. If the scenario is sorry, I have to move quicker. Speaking about the need. The need for that is not only theoretical from the information and knowledge, but we have a concrete need for that. We have the decision to establish the working group for the preparation of the white paper. According to the OECD and its recommendations, effective future foresight system and its functioning bears in mind 5 important factors, which is a power and demand, in Finland, the government program is approved in the government and in the parliament, and future foresight is included in that, should be included, and is included in that. And I will show you this protagonist. You know this protagonist walking in the dark. What are the questions we need to respond, and obstacles we need to eliminate? What are the potential bottlenecks to deploy and operate an efficient infrastructure? What are the possible scenarios, perspectives, possible trajectories, and architecture? What infrastructure is best suited to the available resources and in existing contexts? And what principles and mechanisms for the functioning of the future infrastructure should be designed? Which authorities and their intended functions should be employed? This is the graph about the elements of effective future foresight systems. What are the main institutionalization structures and what centralization degree of decentralization or centralization should be employed here? I wanted to give you all the data and examples, but I will be brief. There are incentives that can promote the development of the ecosystem. And there are limitations to the creation of that system. According to our analysis in our unit, external geopolitical uncertainty could work as an incentive to take interest in futures policy and to legitimize the process as necessary. Strategic national defense and build economic prosperity. It is necessary to take into account the needs, and they should not be disconnected from future policies. OECD recommendations can be effective if we implement them properly according to our context. What are the limitations to that high degree of social exclusion? We should not think that all the people understand the needs of future foresight, and some people do not understand this need and the essence of that. Other limitations include low social confidence indicators, inflexible institutional culture. Angela also mentioned it in her presentation. She mentioned silos, towers. So these are the limitation for the development of future ecosystem. What are the principles of operations that should be used as a foundation for future ecosystem in Lithuania? Four-way spirals, when we have a cooperation between politicians, academia, society, and businesses. Principle of networking, multi-level operations, including international organizations, ensuring learning opportunities, experimentation, and feedback, including insights into the public policy cycle and connection with the electoral cycle, interinstitutional cooperation, and permeability of cross-sectoral boundaries. People who study political science understand the policy as a black box. David Easton is the father of this term, and he said that the political system and its operation sometimes could be considered as a black box. We have different needs. They are supported or unsupported. They are put into the black box. We have some magic there, and then we get a certain result. And we know that we open the black box after the disaster. I would like to do this ex ante, hypothetically. In simulating this situation, and here I will briefly show the mechanism. This is our proposal on futures ecosystem. Different colors represent different projects. This is only a draft, therefore I will not explain it in more detail. And finally, I would like to quote John Goldsworthy said that if you do not think about the future, you cannot have one. But Albert Einstein has said, I never think of the future, it comes soon enough. Previous speaker spoke about a different concentration of the future in different countries or in different areas. Maybe this future foresight and future ecosystem might seem unnecessary, but we need to understand that this is not an easy path, but it is attractive because of this. If we look at different studies by OECD, it underlines the role of the communities of practice. I do not know how to translate this term into the Lithuanian language. And important thing is that not the power that they hold to work, is that they want to and are willing to work. So this could be a bottom-up approach. So by seeing so many of you here, I hope that this critical mass is being built now, and we will be able to achieve a positive development. Thank you.
Labai ačiū Ligitai, tai čia nekartą buvo minėtas Seimas ir jo tyrimas.
Thank you, Ligita. Well, we mentioned the Seimas research unit a couple of times today, and Ligita has smoothly demonstrated what the unit is engaged in and how we imagine this futures ecosystem in Lithuania. She has outlined the framework for the futures ecosystem in Lithuania. And so I hope that Ms. Jekaterina Šarmavičienė will continue these excellent debates representing the Central Project Management Agency. She's the head of the Public and Private Partnership Unit within the agency, and so she will talk about strategy as an effort to achieve limitless ambitions with limited resources. Please, the floor is yours.
Gerbiami konferencijos organizatoriai ir gerbiami konferencijos svečiai, gal galėčiau...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see so many of you. May I have the remote to be able to be in charge of my slides? Hasn't turned on yet.
Labai. Taigi, kadangi šiandien supratau yra citatų konkursas.
Since today we are in a competition of quotes today, I myself decided to start with a quote by researcher Prahalad, who has discussed the connection between strategy and forecasting future and the efforts into future foresight in order to bring success to a company. And so the quote speaks of the strategy as an effort to achieve limitless ambitions with limited resources. This is what I will try to focus on, and being among the last speakers, I will not repeat the things that have already been said by other colleagues of mine. Apparently, we're all overlapping with our activities. So we are a part of this futures ecosystem, and from my practical experience, I can comment as to where we at while being an element of this futures ecosystem, and how we manage to implement in practice the decisions, the cost effectiveness analysis. The progress strategies have been implemented by the past 9 governments, so there have been quite a few examples of successes and failures. So we are assisting individual participants of the system in assessing their effectiveness, their cost effectiveness, their alternative scenarios that they decide to opt for. We're also assisting the managers of the National Progress Plan. We assist them in assessing the entire portfolio of the National Progress Plan, in assessing the effectiveness of the plan and the cost effectiveness of the plan. Since the EU, as has been mentioned today, is involved in future enlargement, we have already conducted our own assessment of the effects of this enlargement, being a country on the borders of the EU, especially in the context of the war in Ukraine, and what kind of outcome can we expect in the future. And we have already delivered our assessment results to the government. So the assessment contains our anticipation of the future enlargement of the EU and its outcome. When it comes to the evolution of strategic management, again, you can find another one quote. A good strategist, as he was, Winston Churchill once said, however beautiful the strategy, you should occasionally look at the results. So we are making every effort in improving our strategic management, starting from 2001, when we adopted the first strategic planning methodology, and we established methodology for seeking effective budget use. In 2009, we achieved some excellent interaction with the government. Management was geared towards delivering certain outcomes. That's when our first national progress strategy was adopted. And in 2020, we've seen the evolution of our strategic management system, where all the stakeholders were united under the same umbrella by using the state budget and demonstrating how the budget is being used under the umbrella. We were also engaged in strategic management improvement and public governance. We continued the improvement of public administration and civil service, invested in the upgrading of skills of civil servants. However, it is important to see what's the situation in 2024. Unfortunately, there are still challenges that remain. After 20 years of effort, we can still see that there is little enthusiasm to rely on evidence. There are still many debates into the necessity of doing this. There are still alternative decision-making processes that become a limiting factor, that leave no room for alternative solutions. We also find it difficult to come to terms on priorities. The consensus on priorities addresses a number of different challenges and issues, and it does not coincide with the resources and funds available to deal with them. We're also dealing with the public governance reform. I would not agree with Mr. Žeruolis in that analytical skills are not being fully mobilized, that they're still in a working phase. We still see a lack of data analysts, good quality data analysts, and from our perspective, the entire process is more geared towards data analysis as opposed to the content delivery. So our capabilities that we have are involved in activities other than those that deal with the delivery of content. So the problems that persist are understandable. We are working with them. To my mind, there are many coinciding initiatives. The projects that are being developed, they're all very good. Tend to be very creative and very driven when it comes to absorbing European funds, but we don't make every effort to maintain the achieved results. This relates to data analysis, system analysis. There were some projects that delivered some excellent results, and we have to go back to them in order to be reminded of them. So all of these results that are achieved through different projects, they are forgotten, and they're not taken anywhere further. So if we continue with this trend, we will not go any further. Moreover, there's insufficient attention to the maintenance of established competences and the financing of analytical skills. There's no understanding that a civil servant is a very difficult profession that requires the ability to adapt constantly to the changing circumstances. There are many great and wonderful initiatives with huge ambitions. However, there is a lack of quality and fast available data, the willingness of the institutions to collect them, to process them. Planning is based on past and present knowledge and evidence rather than future trends. The lack of data guarantees a conflict between rushed decisions and strategic foresight. We see this especially clearly whenever we have to talk about the implementation of certain instruments and their outcome in the longer term. Whenever institutions deliver their solutions for a longer perspective, they fail to describe as to the outcome of those instruments developed for a long in the longer perspective. And finally, the fragmented sectoral approach is another issue in the field. We tend to lack a broader picture and horizontal communication in addition to risk assessment. It is very difficult to encourage other ministries to take this horizontal communication on board. I recently had an opportunity to take part in one of the events where I was not approached by many of those stakeholder institutions. So, to sum up, our system for the future, it should change. It should be capable of forecasting, seeing the present and forecasting the future. So, it must have a multidimensional landscape and vision. It must be able to react quickly. It must be able to mobilize all the knowledge available and competences so that we would know where to look for the necessary information. And the system must be able to evolve, that is, to generate and adapt new methods and practices and abandon the unnecessary ones and adapt to the environment to be a living system. And in general, the system must meet the current needs. As I was delivering as I was making my slides, I asked for some examples of a neural network. I like the last one, actually, the last illustration, where there is one decision maker with many advisors. This neural network apparently has very little information. When I asked it to produce me these illustrations, but what I wanted to say is that the ecosystem, the strategic management ecosystem, will not be effective unless we have a good understanding of the driving forces of the ecosystem and those who will be in charge of supervising and monitoring it, as well as the performance of this ecosystem. The ecosystem must not develop alternative processes or products. It must overcome, strengthen, integrate, and link the existing ones and fill in the gaps. The cost of the ecosystem and the cost of its maintenance must also be known. In order for the competences to grow, it is also necessary to change the attitude of the public towards the civil service and its costs. Society must be aware of the cost of competences, and it's the taxpayers that are going to pay that cost. They have to be aware that ineffective decisions represent a risk to the self-sufficiency of the state. The use of evidence takes time, but we need to look around and assess the existing system. At the moment, there's a lot of hostility within this political dialogue, so we would like to see more cooperation in the field so that it would make it easier to explain to the decision makers as to why equality and evidence-based decision takes time to adopt. We opted for democracy, which entails an inclusive process. Last week, we had a meeting with the infrastructure officers who inform us of the growing risks and costs. Not a single OECD expert has mentioned the idea of eliminating data assessment and analysis from the processes. On the contrary, they emphasize the importance of data and evidence. Well, I will skip that, as it was already mentioned by other keynote speakers. To my mind, evidence-based management and forming of this system will merit a lot from the white paper that is going to be drafted, and I'm looking forward to being engaged in the process of drafting the white paper. But in general, this should be related to a development of some kind of map, matrix, or whatever, showing as to who is responsible for what who's responsible for the key competences, for the methods and tools used, for the planning, for the additional sources, and so on. Because in the entire process, we should be aware of the entire mechanism as to how the information is taken from the bottom to from the top to the bottom. Once we have this map of competences, we will be able to understand that 90% of it has already been done, and I believe this will contribute to the emergence of the lacking cooperation. The system, whatever we may establish, is but a tool, and it should help us to make the best investment, the best decisions. So far, there are little preconditions showing that there is a lot of willingness to use the instruments of this ecosystem. Following the adoption of the law, we spent a year in heated debates for establishing different concessions, and we were treated as the enemy of the state for requesting that these concessions were not made. Here you can also see the assessment of those instruments, working methods that have been adopted. 24 tools were adopted in general, and we conducted the assessment of their use. Apparently, only half of them were discussed and assessed. Whenever we discussed with actual people working within the system, we tend to hear that it's all about an administrative burden. And apparently, we ask the people to persist with the administrative burden. The budget reform and the discussions related to that will also, to my mind, require certain data analysis, although other civil servants refer to it as a burden, although I believe it is rather a duty. I believe we are inevitably leading going to a point where we'll be forced to understand that our resources are scarce, although we would like it to be otherwise. So far, we just have the European funds as a long-term resource, and we will not be able to receive the necessary resources from our own system. However, decisions that promote economic growth and budget revenue could help us with this. Smart speed of investment and reforms that would contribute to raising budget revenue would be two good solutions to achieve a breakthrough. There have been many discussions as to what we managed to do, what we have done. But we are still driven. Now, this is another picture demonstrating that if we invest at a smart pace, we will be able to create additional budget revenue and invest in progress in return. Unfortunately, we're still unable to do that. And my final picture demonstrates that our strategic ambition stands at a value of over 62 billion euros. The reality shows that we have only 40 billion euros available. So is the ecosystem the right instrument for us to achieve what we want? And will the financial package that we might develop for the system be the right instrument to achieve our ambitions? Can we become a part of this entire ecosystem? And how can we discuss all those financial possibilities enabling us to fulfill our potential for the future? And as for priorities, we don't have enough debates on our priorities. For instance, the current government has 125 ambitions set, but it's not a possible mission to achieve those objectives within a limited period of time. Actually, nobody discusses that. Achieving the same objective at lower costs, I believe, would deliver the same result, but unfortunately, the politicians are not willing to approach us for advice to achieve this kind of result. So, administrative burden apparently is often referred to as an obstacle in achieving ambitious objectives rather than the scarcity of financial resources. And let me finish with yet another quote. I believe our discussions would be more productive if we focused more on analysis of alternatives, alternative solutions, search, and data analysis, because that would lead us to better results, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekaterina, for this specific and extensive presentation. Well, I recalled the experience brought from Finland, where public governance innovations and the power here falls within the Ministry of Finance. In Lithuania, the Ministry of Finance is the manager of the Treasury, and it is important to have this connection. Thinking about future ecosystems and the practice which is seen by the Ministry of Finance. And I would like to give the floor to Arūnas Augustinaitis, advisor of the Committee for the Future and also a member of the working group on drafting the white paper. And then we will follow with the discussion and the conclusion of the conference. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience and for your participation. Today our conference is saturated, fully saturated with ideas and thoughts. I'm very happy about that because it shows our more than a year experience in building the ecosystem and recognizing its principles, its outline. Today we speak about how to combine all our collective knowledge, experience into a quasi-normative document, the so-called white paper. I cannot say that it is a declaration or a challenge, but it is an encouragement for a quality leap, new quality leap, that in principle would help to answer the question raised by Mr. Armavichenia about the benefit of the ecosystem and the administrative cost or burden, whether it would be helpful or not. Personally, I'm convinced that this ecosystem would be helpful, and my presentation is actually about that. And in my presentation, I will speak that if we want to have 60 or 80 billion euros, we need to change our thinking, to change our way of action and a different reaction to modern challenges. If we are unable to react and to connect our thinking and acting with reality, and limited funding will not be a saver here. Future tradition in 100 years approximately, if we quote Maironis, who dreamt of Lithuania's future of taking agriculture, book, and music to go down the path of Lithuania. And today, 100 years later, we see the same message. Let us take the Green Deal, education, science, technology, digital culture as a digitalized environment. And this is our book, our musical instrument with all areas of art, cultural identities, online poly identities, and here we see the same challenges that we are seeking to address in one or another way. But we are in a different reality now, which is more and more virtual, digitalized. Today we speak about the artificial intelligence as an expression of logics in our life and a certain driving force that sets its own rules. And we see that deep factors of futures thinking are the drivers of that. Today, we live in a different understanding of time and space compared to what we had in our past when we were at school. In reality, we live in a matrix, as it is often referred to, in a matrix that has a different time dimension, different decision-making solutions, different real-time loops, a different intensity, and similar things. Futures thinking is not a fantasy, utopia, or something else. This is the transferring of today's logics into practical action and practical thinking. This is not an utopia, it is not a fantasy, and not a forecasting. The changed life logics changes the paradigm of decision-making and the model of decision-making. And this is an essential change that affects the questions that Yekaterina Sharmavichene mentioned as a unnecessary administrative burden and cost. So what is our way out? We have one way out: to change the model of action, to change the model of administrative work. This is certainly related to competences, qualifications, institutional factors that colleagues mentioned in their presentations, and infrastructure. But this is the need for the essential change. We all see that all those changes need to lead to a certain decision, horizontal decisions. Today, we speak about the knowledge society, or the knowledgeable society. We are coming into the space of knowledge, as Ms. Akaiva Oya said. And he quoted Marco Marcola. Information space, data, and living in the data. And also knowledge management factors, production of knowledge. And actually we find ourselves in a completely different space and logics that we have to absorb and to find respective methods. I always stress such things as a three-dimension vision. It means that we take part in global processes in different dimensions, from the most local to the most global one. We do not understand why we have the strategy of smart specializations. This is not a list, but a correction according to the global changes and developments, and the correction of this compass on all the levels. When we learn to do those things, administrative burden will not seem so unbearable. What is the backbone of the ecosystem? We find ourselves in the situation where we stand in the past with one leg and we want to face the future. It means that we live in two societies, the old industry principles-based reality and the new reality that we do not know, and we're trying to find our way out in order to overcome the inertia and provincial isolation. We have to find another culture of decision-making. We need to shape future-oriented decisions on the present and to create new capacities, to build new capacities, which is institutional, growing of institutional brain, I call it, so that all our decisions are substantiated and are in line with a certain flow of dystopias that is falling on us as a rain, as in the form of risks. And every factor has the tendency to fall or grow, or to have a considerable impact. So we live in the expectation of dystopias, and in the field of the choice of our decisions, we need to pick up on the tendencies from the past and to adapt it to our real world, the real world. And this is the main message that I wanted to deliver. Future ecosystems general understanding. This is a multi-layered phenomenon oriented towards an anticipatory governance framework, analytical activities. I want to stress many things that we forget. In Lithuania, we do not have an effective system of information provision. Lithuania 2050 refers to the Lithuanian National Library as a source of information. So it should find ways to compensate such institutions, such as the Information Institute, that collected a huge volume of information and data and established rather effective ways of information provision. We have to have a modern version of that, and our current institutions should do that. Communication that has been mentioned today for information sharing inside the network and maintaining constant networking partners on transferring information on administrative and other levels. Colleague also mentioned about the four-way spiral. So this is new future-oriented decisions culture. So there's a contrast between thinking about it as an administrative burden and the formation of the new model. Innovation should become the axis. Action research model is rather popular. It means that we find the balance between innovative, creative work and routines. It means that civil servants are in a constant creation, upgrading qualifications, upgrading, and finding the balance. This is not a new thing. In recent 20 years, I have read a substantial part of research on this. We move to the change of paradigms here. Professor Jari mentioned about VUCA, about the influence of the context of uncertainty, volatility, chaotic contexts. This change of paradigms can be carried out only by forming the Lithuania's futures ecosystem. The white paper should accumulate, mobilize, and summarize, detail, foresee the principles, structural development alternatives. Certainly, we cannot discard our experience, and we have many institutions of public governance that, according to their functions, should take up this action, but they do not. And the white paper should reflect this relation between experience gained and the needs that we have in upgrading qualifications. The white paper in general should mobilize all the opportunities that help to coordinate the harmony between the future developing instruments. If Lithuania 2050 is a flag, a vision, a challenge, we could speak about the ecosystem has a distributed function, has distributed functions, and implements the policy mix, and can connect public governance reforms, Grand Master Plan, supranational plan with the European level, futures ecosystems. This white paper could foresee structural, functional, organizational principles of the system. And all this results in real future instruments and institutions. This would be a visible and practical outcome for society. Resilience and competitiveness would lead to reform and understand the smart specialization strategy. And in the era of innovations, we still fail to understand the innovation culture as the foundations for the future of our society. Innovation is not a sector. Innovation is our society in our economy that depends on innovation from the lowest level to the highest level, technological innovation and research. I would like to underline this idea and build upon previous speakers that also stressed that from the very beginning of the conference. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Certainly, I could take so much time to discuss all these factors, but this is actually the essence of our white paper, which is directly related to the Lithuania's future ecosystem and its outline. I wish to thank everybody for very extensive, fruitful presentations, for an array of ideas and messages. This is not a dystopic rain, but a rain of ideas. And we will be able to review all those ideas, and hopefully they will contribute to the drafting of the white paper. Thank you.
Ačiū Arūnai už gražų pranešimą, kuris iš tiesų apibendrina mūsų konferenciją.
Thank you, Arūnas, for your presentation, which sums up our today's conference. Saying and referring back to the tipping point as referred to by one of the previous speakers. So hopefully we'll reach one in our society, and all our discussions are about that. So bearing in mind today's timing and the fact that politicians, I believe, are overwhelmed by their political agenda, so we will try to merge the discussion with the summary part, although I see people willing to engage in the discussion. Maybe Darius Žeruolis would like to add something. So if those willing to say something or ask would give the floor to Darius first. Okay, Lina, then I guess you're up first. Thank you very much. Well, the conference indeed raised many ideas, so it was very difficult to wait for the end of it to ask those questions. I would just like to ask the organizers to organize a separate discussion to continue it, because we received a lot of organizational, political information on the processes that are truly welcome. We're very happy about the establishment of the Committee for the Future, although there are people who are also skeptical about that, but your efforts are definitely necessary, and we're very happy to see that the difficult issues are approached by both the government and the Seimas. I agree with many things that Yekaterina has mentioned. What I'm concerned is that we're talking about things that are taken from top to bottom, presenting many ideas and information by different stakeholder institutions, and I'm burning with excitement to take part in the debate, but I believe Darius is the person who is the most important, so to say, in these debates. Well, what you said can be reflected in the workings of a clock. Whichever object we talk about, be it a building or a system, its development is something similar to that of the workings of a clock. So whatever the things that have already been drafted and developed, it is important not to lose the human factor and the importance of the participants of this ecosystem, and we have many of them. So it's very important to engage all those participants in the future discussions. We're often referred to as advisors. I am myself, by the way, an advisor on the research and development from the Ministry of Health. But on behalf of the entire network of us as advisors, I would like to say that we truly appreciate the general process of future foresight, and we would very much like to be engaged and involved in it and discuss the best ways to engage in discussions and engage in future foresight activities with the resources available and with the partnerships that we could also explore. So I hope that we will be able to mobilize those that are willing and those that are able to engage in such working debates. I received many answers from Mr. Augustinaitis, who informed us that there will probably be a white paper informing us, but I believe until then, we will be the ones in charge of formulating certain answers to the questions. I apologize, but I must take the floor right now because I'm rushing to leave for Kaunas, and I don't want to be late. So I said that the State Progress Council is not entirely an independent organization, but still having it is a good idea. So far it works more like a platform. But I would just like to say that within that platform and within the ecosystem, society is what dominates, not the government, not your people, not the strategic management units, although they did take part in the council's activities, but it's mainly the academia and just people from the street, just like me. As for the new ecosystem one discussed by Arūnas, certainly those that are that have the power of implementation, not only the power of observation and contemplation, should be involved in the next phase. People who also have something to say must also be involved in the process, not only because they have something smart to say, because there are, let's say, university professors who take part in workshops and say, well, Alexandras, I had a very good chance to discuss with some very intelligent people, not only about the things that are a matter of my profession. So that already inspires us, and those kinds of debates serve as an inspiration for others. So those of you who have the power of deciding and decision-making, you should also leave the chance for society to engage and participate in this process. And one more thing, we're speaking of the process of implementation, and we tend to believe that this mainly relates to adoption of a law, achieving a certain structural change. Well, it's if we refer to the reform of the civil service. And then we tend to forget that what comes after all of that is the phase of consolidation, or a cultural change, in other words. Because if we fail to achieve this cultural change, then we take a step backwards, although all those funds were spent to that end, as mentioned by Ekaterina. So that would be it on my behalf, and I truly appreciated the opportunity to take part in this event and express the opinion of an independent, retired person, because I'm not in charge of what is going to be done next. You're the ones in charge of that. So thank you very much. Thank you, Alexandras. And I believe the floor next goes to another colleague. Yes, please. Well, this is a comment rather than a question. An opinion based on what I've heard today. In response to what I've heard from our foreign guests who responded to my questions that I've raised, I believe they're far removed from the dangers that we find ourselves in. We were brought more down to earth by the President's advisor, and who informed us of those circumstances that we should contemplate. So my question to the Prime Minister's advisor would be, how can we have a more resilient governance structure. The Prime Minister's advisor was convinced that Ukraine will win, and we will definitely make sure this happens. But are we planning for any alternatives? And what about our governance structures? Do we have any plans how they will be restructured in war times or Cold War times? I didn't hear anything to this point during our discussions throughout the day, but I would like our future generations to be reassured of a safe life in Lithuania in such conditions. And my other questions relate to the following. Do we see a Lithuania in 2051 that has Vilnius as a multi-million, that has a population of multi-millions, or let's say the advisor to the Prime Minister, how do you imagine the families in Lithuania? How many children will we have in our families in the future? And what about the current generational change? Do we envisage families in the future where our children take care of the elderly? Again, this is something that has not been touched upon today, and this is not only a matter of urgency for the future generations. Well, Mr. Žiruolis perhaps could respond. As for the conditions of war, I believe you should address the Ministry of Defense and all other defense-related institutions. If you're following the developments in the field, in the review of universal defense, you are definitely welcome to join the ranks of those institutions involved in defense matters and contribute to the debates on those issues by those institutions. Wartime and the potential crisis are also reflected in our vision. But certainly, reason is enough to imagine that in the future we're going to deal with an unpredicted world where a clash between democracies and autocracies will be forefront. Perhaps irreversible climate change is another thing to be contemplated for the future. And as for public governance, whenever there are uncertain horizons within public governance, the speed of reaction and response is of utmost importance, as well as motivation to respond actively and proactively. Irrespective of what we're saying about better public governance, ability to respond fast is a very important factor. And certainly this also contributes to better preparedness for an uncertain future, be it a war or not. Because these are some of the things that cannot be anticipated. If everyone's doing their job, things that they can do best, they can contribute to defense, to put it in general terms. As for the demographic trends, well, I myself am not an expert at that, but if you would like to, if you'd like to seek some advice on demographic trends, you should speak with the experts on that. We had many debates on the demographic situation in Lithuania and the birth rates in Lithuania. Families are, by the way, mentioned in our strategy, but in a broader sense of a family. And that we should live in harmony as opposed to in isolation. And yet, the things that were treated as a norm have already changed over the past few years, so we must look for new ways how to reestablish the bond between the different generations and strengthen the bond. And I believe even the Committee for the Future held a separate debate on loneliness. And there was a separate debate on intellectual self-sufficiency, focusing on the number of people who live alone. So today we will not be able to answer that issue, but if you are interested in that, you can definitely find some information if you look it up if you look it up, that information on those events that I've mentioned, and you will see the trends in Lithuania and how it compares with other countries. So that would be very briefly in response to those questions. And since Lina has mentioned my name as well, yes, I would agree that we need to continue this debate, perhaps in January. And perhaps you could then present your activities that you undertake in the ministry. We don't try to undermine your position, but could you just present then your position and your activities? But Yekaterina has talked about a European Union supported project which has not made any financial estimations, but if we manage to prove the potential of the project and the value of the project, then I believe there will be additional incentives to continue the project. So we do understand that. But certainly this requires the opinion of your institution, informing us that this is a useful project, that there's sense in continuing it with it, and that in 2026, when we'll have to make the decision on the continuity of the project, we should have information on whether or not it is a luxury product that can be sacrificed against other projects. So we can continue this debate, as I have said, where we'll be able to focus on your activities and listen to your opinions. So this was one of the goals of today's event, which was to share what we are doing in our own field of activities. And I've noted down everything what everyone intends to do within their own institutions. So this was very useful information. So let us continue later on as to how you manage to consolidate your activities within your organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for all your remarks. I don't see any hands raised. So let me say that this discussion that took the whole day showed that there is a need to speak further, and people were willing to speak. And we have those left that still have the resource to continue the discussions. I believe that the event showed us where we stand and things we agree on, and the unclarities we need to discuss. And therefore, the proposal to have the follow-up on this conference is a very good. We will consider this, and this will be in parallel to what we saw in Finland. Finland has an institute of dialects, and this institute has a very wide participation, and they discuss a very wide range of topics. And Lithuania 2050 and its drafting saw the wide participation of Lithuanian society from the regions, among the politicians, and this was really very useful. And this is, I believe, the path that can really help us to achieve the progress. Thank you very much for your participation and your patience. We are very sorry and apologize for taking so much of your time. Thank you. Goodbye.